In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. I hope you guys all had a fabulous weekend. It's been an interesting weekend on the world stage, so let's talk a little bit about it. If you like this channel, please subscribe. Please hit the like button. Grand Rising, Liz, it is so good to see you. Jill's Comfort Zone, it is always good to see you as well. Jill's Comfort Zone, I caught a replay. I haven't seen much of you come in live. And then when you did come live, I had to catch you on the replay. So I just wanted to thank you for coming in. Let's talk about all of the craziness that has been going on in this administration. I really don't understand how it is that they have not tried to impeach this president because the dangers that he has put Americans and other people across the world in, the dangers that his statements have and the response to his statements have caused is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. The unpreparedness for this war. Who ever thought that a war would go smoothly with Pete Cadbreath over the helm of the Department of Defense? A sycophant who is so frothing at the mouth to kill people under the guise of a new Christian crusade. This is what this is. They're looking to take over any part of the wealth in the world under the guise of Christianity. Let that sink in. They don't. They have no. They have absolutely no regret. They offer you no remorse about the lives that are lost, even the lives that they know that they impacted, the children that they the lives that they took away from children in their very first strike in this Iran war. They have no remorse about any of this. They just want to keep on talking about, God is telling you to do it, and this is a God's mission, and this, that, and the other. Well, what would God say about all of these innocent lives that these Christian nationalists feel that it is okay for you to take? No, 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 no. It is okay. Everything is okay. Nothing. Nothing. That this reconstructing America as a Christian nation, as the Republicans are trying to do. America is not. It has never been built on being a Christian nation. America was founded in part because they did not want to be demanded that they must do anything a part of any religion or even have a religion itself. So here you got Pete Kegbreath out here demanding that uh, on a dime when he go out to visit the troops that they drop their head in prayer. Many of whom are of different religions. Many of whom could have no religion. Many of whom could be atheists or agnostic. But he demands on the drop of a dime that they drop their heads and pray to his Jesus. Don't you find that really disgusting? Can you imagine if you had a Muslim head of the Department of Defense? You would have to imagine that. You would have to imagine that. But just imagine if you had a Muslim head of the Department of Defense, and he demanded that you always carry a prayer rug with you, and demanded at certain times a day that you kneel on your prayer cloth and pray to Allah. Can you imagine that being part of the military? But so many people easily think that, oh, well, it's America. They're doing it. Oh, well, because you don't know what America was founded on in the first place. And they are educating you on this new America that who is creating? They're creating under the guise of Make America Great Again as they break every part of the Constitution of the United States of America. So let's get into some of this foolishness. Let's get into a little of what is going on with your military. Okay, if the now they taking now they're talking about putting ICE in the airports. Why are they talking about putting ICE in the airport? Kind of like this war. They really can't tell you exactly why it would be a good reason to put ICE in the airports. If the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, which means reopen the government, the partial government shutdown that has frozen the ICE budget. That's what he's talking about because the Democrats have partly shut down the government because they want some concessions about ICE. What are the concessions that they want about ICE? They want they want it made clear that ICE cannot wear masks. They want ICE to wear IDs and body cams. Hey, Bernice, Grand Rising. It is good to see you. To wear IDs and be identifiable, and they want them to wear body cams. You know, the things that they told them a long time ago that they were supposed to be ordering and this, that, and the other. No, no, they want time up on that. You must have body cams. They also want ICE to have judicial warrants signed by judges. They don't want ICE to just be able to have these warrants that are signed by other ICE officials. No, they want warrants, and they want names on the warrants, and they want these warrants to be signed by a judge. Who has a problem with that? Now, they also, the last thing that they want is they want it to be understood that ICE will not be at our polling places in November to intimidate people. So, Why would they think that they would be intimidating people? Why do they think ICE would be intimidating people? Uh, what states, what cities did ICE go to in their last ICE roundup? Now, even though Tennessee is a red state, they sent the ICE official to blue parts of Tennessee. Even though North Carolina is a red state, ICE were in blue cities in North Carolina. And all of the rest of the states that they were sent to were blue states. So let's be clear. They're not sending them to any parts of any red states red cities or counties or what have you. No, they're not doing that. So why do you think that Trump would be suspected of using ICE in a way that ICE isn't supposed to be used? You should suspect it because the simple fact that he had the audacity to say that he was sending ICE, Immigration and Custom Enforcement, to assist with the backup at the airport because the TSA agents are quitting and lines at the airport are long, 3 and 4 hours long. So, how is ICE trained to be TSA agents? Shit, they only get 47 days of training to be ICE agent, and you see how many laws, how many deaths, how many wrongful, how many times that they have not followed court orders. How many, so many cases that so many people that they have arrested and detained, they don't even show up to defend their arrest and detainments. So why would people be suspect of what Trump is going to do with ICE at the airports and at the polling places? Why is that the go-to answer? Because they're unlawful. They do unlawful things. That's why it's the answer. So if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has seen before. Well, we know that everything that ICE does is like no one has never seen before. So is it that security that they need at airports, or is it people to scan the luggage and get the people through the security lines at the airport? Do they actually need security like you've never seen before? That's not what they need, because the TSA agents are not getting paid. Now, let's be real clear. The Democrats have given them the opportunity, the Republicans the opportunity to pay the TSA agents, but the Democrats don't want that standalone vote. So is it really the Democrats who are preventing the ICE agents, the TSA agents to be paid, or is it the Republicans? They wanted to put the ICE issue as a standalone issue and actually vote on the TSA agents getting their money. The reason why they're lumped together is that's just how they're lumped together in government. The TSA agents are funding is lumped together with the ICE agents funding. And so the Democrats gave them an opportunity to pay the ICE agents. The Republican has refused to take that up as a separate vote. Just in case you are unaware of that, that is exactly what is going on. So he says, I will move our brilliant and patriotic where? What patriotism has to do with a security force, a immigration and custom enforcement force? Where's the patriotism in that? That's a job. He act like there's some military force. Are they his personal military force that he decides that he can send them in wherever he's dissatisfied and do God knows what? Because that's exactly what they have been doing. So is that that what he considers to be patriotism? Willing to be ignorant, not know the Constitution, not know the laws, and violate and brutalize American citizens? Is that what his patriotism entails? I'm just curious. Okay, so let's see. Mhm. Include the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before, including the immediate arrest of all illegal immigrants who have come to our country. So all illegal immigrants who have come to our country, we're going to be doing immigration arrests. So is that a part of making air traffic and going through airport security simpler? Is what does them making sure all illegals that come to the country being arrested at the airport, how does that help people? The lines get shorter when checking in to go through airport security. It's not. That is the part that lets you understand that that is a threat. That is a veiled threat, in my opinion, to the Democrats that if you don't vote on this bill the way we want you to vote on this bill and not take the payment of the TSA agents out by itself and approve their payment, what we're going to do is we're going to put ICE in the airports. Oh, can you imagine ICE going around rogue in the airports? And they're supposed to do border enforcement as well. Okay. Including the immediate arrest of all illegal immigrants who have come to our country, with heavy emphasis on those from Somalia who have totally destroyed, with the approval of a corrupt governor, attorney general, and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, the once great state of Minnesota. I look forward to seeing ICE in action at our airports. Make America great again. President Donald J. Trump. Let that sink in. So he's talking about Tim Wise. He's talking about Keith Ellis, the Attorney General, and he definitely is talking about Ilhan Omar. He put her in there by name. Especially the Somalians. So if you say that black people have something to do with it, it would get these white nationalists behind it. Oh yeah, let's get some black, and they're black Muslims too. Oh yeah, that is the rallying cry of racism. Hey, the Bushes. Hey, Very Carey. Grand Rising, Nappy Child, Madison. It is good to see you. Shakila, thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like button. So this is what I wanted to talk about. So has threatened to put ICE in the airport. ICE, who knows nothing about getting you safely through airport security. So let's talk about this, shall we? They had Tom Homan. You know, he has taken over from the now recently retired Dan Bongino. Not Dan Bongino. That's who was over the Fed. The ICE, the Custom and Border Patrol agent who walked around in that long raincoat, very Nazi-esque performances. He has taken over from him. So let's see what Holman. You know Holman, who took the bribe of $50,000 cash in a sandwich company bag to possibly give contracts once the new administration uh, was in the office. To funnel contracts to the person who paid him in this kava bag. Let's let's see what let's see what what Coleman had to say. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Let's get into the news. Okay, let me share my screen with you now. I'm ready. All of my links will be in the description box as usual. This is in the description box under ICE at airports.
How is that going to work? Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday?
Yes. And
Sir, are going to be in charge, do security like no one has said on Truth Social.
Tom Homan, their plan is, his confusion spells out what we'll shortly see in this article, the end to a plan that hasn't even started for Trump.
President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before. Now, in a subsequent post, he said that he instructed ICE agents to be ready by Monday. And now the president is saying that you, sir, are going to be in charge. How is that going to work? Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday?
Understand that this interview was done on yesterday, Sunday. Now, she's asking him a very simple question: are you going to be ready to move into airports? What would readiness mean? It would mean that you would be ready to take over the jobs of the TSA agents because they are short on TS agents because they are calling in and quitting because of this long government shutdown, which the Republican government shutdown. That would be exactly what it means. Now, how could they be ready? Now, what I find strange about this interview is that he cannot tell her in what capacity that they will be ready to take over the TSA and alleviate the traffic and the long lines at the airport. He says that they are working on it and he's working with the interim person, the interim head of the TSA. You mean you don't even have a real head over TSA? He's saying that he's working with different agencies. And the curious thing that he says on a Sunday that he has no plan for how ICE will take over and help alleviate some of the pain that the travelers are experiencing going through airport security. The curious thing that he says about that is, well, we've been in talks all morning. I took a break from the talks to come here. Well, what is more important? Is it more important since you are going to have to execute this tomorrow? Is it more important that you actually get a agenda, actually get a plan together, or is it not that important that you can take a break from it to come on a Sunday TV show to tell them that you are ill prepared and you have no idea and no plan how you are going to execute what you have been programmed to do by 45, 47. And after I get done here, I'm going back. Well, why would you leave if you don't have a plan? This is who they have in charge of this, who thought it was okay to say that dumb shit. Let's continue.
yes. And I'm currently.
The president is saying that you, sir, are going to be in charge. How is that going to work? Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday?
Yes. And I'm currently working on the plan now of execution, working with the director of ICE and administrator at TSA, the acting administrator. So we'll put together a plan today and we'll execute tomorrow.
Okay, so there are a lot of questions here. First of all, are ICE agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports?
ICE agents receive a high level of training. And, the ICE agents are assigned at many airports across the country already. They do a lot of criminal investigation on smuggling at airports. But, mean, there's got TSA agents covering exits, people that enter through the exits. Certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit, makes people don't go through those exits.
They're highly experienced security specialists. They won't allow people to enter through exits. So how is that going to help the line go quicker? Because they have TSA agents they have airport security at exits. They don't have TSA agents at exits that they are taking away from the X-ray machine at exits. They have airport security, and you know what else they have? They have airport police at airports. What the fuck is he talking about? Oh, well, we're gonna make sure no one goes into a exit. No one enters through an exit. That is such the big problem at airports. And we're trained on security with that big loose tooth in the center of his mouth, talking dumb shit.
There's got TSA agents covering exits, people that enter through the exits. Certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit, makes people.
Do you say that that's your assignment? How highly trained would you have to be? He says certainly a highly trained off official. You can get a homeless person to do that job. There's no high training involved in saying no. You must enter through the entrance. What is so high?
People don't go through those exits, entering the airport through the exits, and that stuff like that relieves that TSA officer to go to screening and to.
There are no TSA officers at entrances and exits in airports.
Reduce those lines. So wherever we can provide extra security, I don't see an ICE agent looking at an X-ray machine because they're not trained in that. There are certain parts of security that TSA is doing that we can move them off those jobs and put them.
He said he doesn't foresee ICE agents looking at X-ray machines and scanning your luggage and things like that. But that is not what Duffy, who is over the Department of Transportation, said. The Duffy from the Real World and Real World Road Rules, who is over the Department of Transportation, absolutely said that ICE agents could be standing at the X-ray machine scanning your belongings. So does it sound like this is why they have TSA agents there, or was it a threat? Or was it a threat that we're going to have ICE agent there racially profiling people and doing what they did in the streets, racially profiling people, throwing people on the ground, making big scenes and shit? See, because they didn't have to make these big scenes that they made in the streets of different cities when Obama was declared the deporter in chief. He had deported more undocumented immigrants than any president before him. They did, but you never saw none of the scenes that you have seen under 45, 47, trying to catch up and surpass Obama's deportation numbers. With all of this brutality that you have seen in your city streets and the taking of lives of American citizens. None now, if they had been Black American citizens, I think that ICE would still be on the streets, but these were white people whose lives they took. So if they bold enough to have Hispanics' names and be taking the lives of white people, that ICE in the streets were short-lived. Let's keep it clear. Since we want to racially profile, and since Justice Kavanaugh wants to try to make it okay for you to be pulled over based upon how you look, how you speak, and where you work, racially profile you. So, do Do you not think that I see the profile of the people who lost their lives by demonstrating, which is their constitutional right, and lost their lives? Do you think that I'm racially profiling by saying that these were white people? And of course, it was going to stop quickly after you. First, it was a white woman, and she was a lesbian. So we can kind of make the world look badly upon her. She was a domestic terrorist, and we're investigating her and her lesbian wife. We can marginalize her. See, these were white people, the least marginalized people in the United States. But because she was gay, they could marginalize her. But God damn it, y'all killed a straight white male, a straight white male nurse, a straight white male nurse who worked at the VA, who worked in the critical care unit of the VA. How long you thought that was going to last? Let's continue.
And the specialized jobs help move those lines.
Okay, that was going to be.
Come on, Tom.
Provide extra security. I don't see an ICE agent looking at an x-ray machine because they're not trained in that. There are certain parts of security that TSA is doing that we can move them off those jobs and put them in the specialized jobs, help move.
There's a certain amount of jobs that TSA is doing, and we can take them off of those jobs and put them in the specialized jobs, like working at the x-ray machines and working at the machines that you got to go into and turn around and it puff air up you. We can take TSA agents off of what jobs? The reason why they need more people is to do the x-ray machines and the specialized TSA jobs, you dumb fuck. They don't need nobody to do this imaginary security that TSA does not do. He doesn't even know the jobs of TSA agents. And this is the numbnuts we're working on the plan right now. Yeah, we'll be ready. They are specialized in security. But TSA agents aren't. So what being specialized in security have anything to do with the price of tea in China is what I want to know. But he took his time off from planning what the TS agents are going to do to bring his dumb ass on one of the Sunday shows to show you what a numbnut he really is. And what a numbnut 4547 has threatened to put in the airports because he's not getting his way. This is a temper tantrum from the most powerful man in the world who has the control of life and death of American citizens in his hand. And this is who he's threatening to put in airports.
Those lines.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So what you're saying is when you move ICE into airports, they're going to be just around the exits and the exteriors. They're not going to be helping people get through the lines and screening people's bags.
Those discussions are going on now. I'm not expert at TSA, so that's why I'm talking to the TSA administrator and the ICE director.
That's what he said. So she wanted to get clear that they're not going to be trying to get. That's what we're talking about now. No, that's what you just said, but you would not confirm that that's exactly what you meant. We're talking about that right now. No, bitch. You're sitting up on a Sunday show. You're not talking about shit. You are putting out something that you want us to believe, but you will not confirm the words that have just come out of your own mouth when asked to confirm. And let's be clear. But you won't confirm what you just said. Let's continue.
Find out where we can fit in. We'll have a plan by then.
People get through the lines and screening people's bags.
Those discussions are going on now. I'm not expert at TSA, so that's why I'm talking to the TSA administrator and the ICE director. Find out where we can fit in. We'll have a plan by the end of today, where we're sending what airports we're starting.
We'll have a plan by the end of the day. I'm not an expert on TSA. Well, you sure sounded like one. Talking about TSA, our at entrances and exits and doing security. Sure tried to pretend like you were one, but you don't. You have no idea. Up until this point, I have no idea. Is your only factual answer. I have no idea what we will be doing there. We're gonna do this like we do everything. We're gonna do this on the cuff, and we're just gonna preliminary arrest people for hours and hours, and maybe or maybe not release them after 8 or 9 hours of being detained by us. It has worked all over the United States before. I don't see why it can't work at airports. We arrest whomever we decide to. We pepper spray people in the face. We knock people upside the head. We go through and we push women down with all the force of our body. I don't see where's their question, Dana Bash.
With and where we're standing on, but that's the discussion we're having right now. I mean, I ended the discussion to do the show, and I'll be back having the discussions when I finish. So it's a work in progress, but we will be at the airports tomorrow helping TSA move those lines along.
So I don't know.
So he has no idea how he will be moving these lines along. Let's see. Officials scramble to carry out Trump's directive to have ICE agents conduct airport security. Okay. Officials at Immigration and Custom Enforcement have been scrambling to carry out a weekend directive from President Trump to have immigration agents provide security at airports amid the partial government shutdown. Multiple sources familiar with the internal deliberations told CBS News. On Saturday, Mr. Trump posted a message on live social suggesting that he would deploy ICE agents to airport to conduct security and arrest people in the USA illegally if congressional Democrats did not agree on a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. If the Democrats did not agree on a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. DHS oversees immigration agencies like ICE, the Transportation Security Administration. In subsequent posts, Mr. Trump said he would dispatch ICE agents to airports on Monday. Mr. Trump's directive caught officials at ICE off guard, and they have been scrambling to come up with a plan to enforce it. The sources familiar with the matter told CBS News, requesting anonymity because they were not authorized to talk to the press. But Tom Homan was. Let me see if there's anything else. Okay, let's get to the actual case of financing.
Doing.
And I saw the president just a short while ago this morning posted this saying on Monday, ICE will be going to airports to help our wonderful TSA agents. Is that really the plan? Are we going to see ICE officers manning those airport security checkpoints?
Now, this is Duffy. He's over the Department of Transportation. Now, you hear Holman just said that no, ICE will not be working the machines. But this is the guy who is actually in charge of the airports and transportation. What is he saying? That ICE, an agency that he is not over, what is he saying that they will be doing in the airport? Okay. On Monday, ICE will be going to airports to help our wonderful TSA agents who have stayed on the job despite the fact that the radical left Democrats who are only focused on protecting hardline criminals who have entered our country illegally are endangering the USA by holding back the money that was long ago agreed to with signed and sealed contracts and all. But watch, no matter how great a job ICE does, the lunatics leading the incompetent Dems will be highly critical of their work. Now, they're not even there yet. Why is he predicting they will be highly critical of their work? Because these motherfuckers don't even know what they're gonna do. They get last a last call notice the day before that they're going to be in airports, something that they have not been trained to do. And the shit that they have been trained to do, look at what they have done in the jobs that they have been trained to do. So why would you think that the Democrats would be wrong to be skeptical of the job that they are going to do if you send them in the airport? Why would you, knowing that they can't even do the jobs that they trained to do, put them in the airport? Because this is what you want to instill. This is a absolute threat that I will go through airports. Can you imagine if you're from another country, and you're one of the few people who still do any type of tourism? Maybe you're doing business in the United States, and you're from another country. And can you imagine these ICE agents running through the airport? How these people from other countries will feel? Can you imagine how many trips, business trips, pleasure trips that would be canceled if ICE comes into our airports? You know, the tourism dollar has already dwindled on the vine in the United States. So isn't it amazing that your president does everything in the world that he can to fuck up the American economy? And he tells you that the rise in prices that it costs you is worth it. What about this is worth it for prices to rise for how you live your life? I'm gonna focus on affordability. Oh, affordability is a made-up word. I'm gonna focus on affordability when I see that Zoran Mandani won the whole mayoral race in New York based upon focusing on affordability. And then when we sit down and people tell me what it'll take, I just say, oh, affordability is a made-up word. So this numbnuts who said he went to, what is that business college, whatever business college that he went to, what is the name of that business college? He has never heard of affordability, and he actually went to a business colleges. I forget the name of the college. What is the name of the college? He must went to ICDC. What is the name? Wharton. He went to Wharton, and he has never heard of affordability after going to Wharton College. Are you kidding me? Okay. Dems would be highly critical of their work. They will do a fantastic job. The great Tom Homan is in charge. President DJT. So let's see what the Department of Department of Transportation chair, the unqualified and
ICE officers
underwhelming
manning those airport security
Duffy, has to say about what ICE will be doing in your airports.
checkpoints. What agents? Is that really the plan? Are we going to see ICE officers manning those airport security checkpoints?
Well, I would say that, one of the leverage points that Iran has is trying to drive up the price of oil. It's leverage.
What? He asking you about ICE. He's not asking you anything about Iran. What does Iran has anything to do with a partial government shutdown to fund the Department of Homeland Security? He's talking about a leverage that Iran has. Okay. Do you think this is about to go well? Do you think that this is about to go well? Let's review the question that was actually asked of this numbnuts.
The plan? Are we going to see ICE officers manning those airport security checkpoints?
Well, I would say that, one of the leverage points that Iran has is trying to drive up the price of oil. It's leverage. Democrats want to see long lines at airports as leverage. President Trump's trying to take that leverage away and not make the American people suffer. So TSA agents.
So the Democrats want leverage by having strong lines at the airport. Well, if that is so, then the Democrats would not went to the Republicans and says, "Hey, let's just pass the bill to fund ICE." See. The lies that are coming out, the Republicans are the ones who said, absolutely not. We will keep this joined at the hip with the request that you have for ICE. We will not relieve the who wants the lines at the airport then if they will not take funding for the TSA agents out of this ICE package and pay these TSA agents? Would it be the Democrats who are looking for leverage, or would it be the Republicans who wants to keep allowing ICE to run free all over, roughshod all over this country, wearing a mask on their face to conceal their identity as they do illegal things to American citizens, and you have no recourse because you cannot even identify who violated your right, who beat you, who illegally arrested you. You will have no ability to identify the person who has persecuted you. Who gets the leverage in that? Would it be the Democrats who get the leverage in that? These, okay. Okay.
Law enforcement. They know how to pass not long lines at airports as leverage. President Trump's trying to take that leverage away and not make the American people suffer. So TSA agents are law enforcement. They know how to pat people down. They know how to run the X-ray machines because they are, again, under Homeland Security with TSA. So if we can bring in...
Okay, let me ask you a question. When in your life, if ever, have you been pat down, physically patted down when you've been at the airport? He said that they know how to run the X-ray machines because they are TSA, because they are part of TSA. When has ICE been a part of TSA? Ever in ever time? These now this is a Sunday show as well. Duffy is sitting his ass on a Sunday show talking dumb shit because they want to give cover for ICE agents being put in your airports. Now, who is really looking for the leverage here? Okay, well, if you're going to put ICE in the airport, that would be horrendous. And we know we'll get the Dems to cave because we're going to blame it on them. And they're going to look dumb. But how could the Democrats look dumb because the Republicans are doing dumb shit? They think that, they're okay. They look dumb. We're going to tell them that it's the Dems' fault. But we can't completely tell them how it's the Dems' fault because we are the ones who are looking for leverage. This is our leverage. That the simple fact that we are saying we're putting ICE agents in to fill the spots of TSA agents is the leverage that we're using.
Other assets and tools to assist TSA. They know how to pat people down. They know how to run the X-ray machines because they are, again, under Homeland Security with TSA. So if we can bring in other assets and tools to assist TSA to get rid of these lines.
They know how to do TSA jobs because they are under TSA, under the Department of Homeland Security, as is TSA agents. Therefore, they have been trained 45 days to do their jobs in a very illegal and underwhelming way. So even though they have no training in what a job is for TSA, we're going to say, hey, our people are more qualified than the TSA agents are. All of these mobs of people that we did in insufficient security and background checks of that we hired on under the Department of Homeland Security to be ICE agents. You know, all of these criminals that we've hired on, as it has been reported, to be ICE agents. All of these people that we hired on as we tried to hire on a reporter who failed her drug test, who just did a application with the TSA, as a way of doing a story. She said when they told me I had to do the drug test, I knew I was going to fail the drug test because I smoke weed every day. She said that she's a weed smoker, and she was shocked that they was sending her email after email to come on and do her onboarding after her failed drug test of marijuana. So what other failed drug tests are they accepting? Are they even sending these drug tests through? Are they just going through the motions? Because it costs money to actually do drug tests. It costs a agency money to do these drug tests. Or are they just having people to piss in bottles and they're throwing them out the back door? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And the president's looking around every corner to make sure the American people don't suffer during the shutdown.
Now, and I understand ICE and TSA are both under DHS, but obviously greatly affect what you're doing at the Department of Transportation, airport.
So Sean Duffy just flat out says it. This is about leverage over the Dems. So it's
okay. So go over and check this link out. It is in my description box. It is under ICE at airports, if you will. Julian, hit the like button on your way out, Julian. All right, let's continue, shall we? Let's continue. I have a couple more things that I want to share about ICE being in. Do I? Yes. Here, let's start from the beginning. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you. Mediaite has the story on Dana Bash. I played for you some footage. CNN Dana Bash confront border czar Tom Homan on Trump sending ICE to airports. How well thought out could this plan possibly be? I am going to drop this link in my description box under ICE in airports. So let's see what the article says. CNN Dana Bash grilled White House border czar Tom Homan on Sunday morning about Trump's decision to send ICE agents to airports in response to the partial government shutdown that has left the Department of Homeland Security funding in limbo since February 14th. Trump declared via Truth Social that ICE agents will be deployed in less than 24 hours. So it's not like they knew this. In less than 24 hours to assist TSA officers at airports nationwide. Homan, who Trump said is at the helm of the operation, joined CNN's State of the Union on Sunday for an examination into the logistics of the operation. How did that work out? How is that going to work? Bash asks. Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday? While Homan confirmed Trump's plan, he could not offer details such as the number of agents to be deployed and where, as the plan is actively being developed conjunction in conjunction with ICE Director Todd Lyons and TSA Administrator Ha Nguyen McNeil. I don't know who that is. That's the interim TSA Administrator. We will put together a plan today, and we will execute tomorrow. When Bash questioned the preparedness of ICE operation for TSA responsibility, asking, are ICE agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports, Harmon jumped to the defense. He emphasized that ICE agents will not perform tasks that TSA is specifically trained to do, such as use of the X-ray machine, but will instead do the jobs that tasks are not specialized so that TSA agents can focus on those roles. ICE agents are assisting in many airports across the country already, he said. They do a lot of investigation, criminal investigating on smuggling at airports. I thought border control did that. There's a whole show that comes on, and this is actually the border patrol does these investigations. So how is ICE being at the airport to do investigations going to help people get through security? Do people need to be investigated to get through security? This was his answer. So we're gonna make the lines shorter by racially profiling people and pulling them out of the lines to do drug investigations on them. Oh, is that must be what he thinks, that since they are so inept in doing investigation on drug struggling, we're gonna make the lines that much shorter. We're just gonna inadvertently pull people out of the lines to go through airport security. And since we've been allowed to racially profile, imagine who the people are that we're going to be pulling out of these lines. Welcome to America. Welcome to America. Since Brett Kavanaugh decided that we can racially profile, guess who's not going to make their flights? As you saw in your own president's Truth Social in announcing that they were going to send ICE to the airport, he specifically cut out a caveat for Black Muslims or Somalians. Welcome to America. Okay, this link is going to be in my description box. I think we pretty much know the story. I'm gonna make sure there is not something else that I want to. I'm gonna make sure there's not something else I want to touch on this story. Let me. We saw the interview there, rehashing the interview. Finally, Bash asks about whether ICE would simultaneously be performing immigration enforcement at the airport, not just crowd control. We do immigration enforcement at airports all the time. Is that going to change? It's not going to change, Holman said before quickly shifting gears. This is about helping the men and women at TSA. They have lost several hundreds of employees. The lines are really slow because of the shutdown. This is about going to help TSA do their mission and get the American public through the airport as quick as they can while adhering to all of the security guidelines and protocols. Some airports across the country are currently as long as 3 hours. More than 400 TSA officers have quit since February 14th, with national call-outs rate skyrocketing to 10%. Okay, I left that article in the description box for you as well. Let's see what else I have to share with you. Is there anything else? ICE to the airports. I think we've seen that. I just want to make sure. Let me share this one with you as well. I'm not sure if many of you saw the statement that Stephen Hong, the inventor of NVIDIA, the owner of NVIDIA, you know that they make those chips for computers and cell phones and all of that stuff. A multi-billionaire who was at Trump's inauguration. I'm not sure if you saw the things that he said, but let's see who will not be impacted by these little trivial things like airport security. And I'm going to tell you what people who travel like this are saying about people like the people who work for TSA. Private jet interior designer reveals what the super rich who pay millions demand. So this is a designer for private jets, and let's see how the other side is living. Let's see what is important for their travel. Designing bespoke private jet interiors for high end clients is all in a day's work for the fabulously named Aurora Sabor. The creative is in the niche, not often highly demanding, world of curating luxurious spaces at 30,000 feet. Sabor, 35, graduated as an industrial design engineer, entered the aviation design industry by accident by being given a tour of a private jet while working in Malacora. She'd been a furniture designer previously, but explains that jet owners wanted some style advice, and I went and visited the plane, and it just immediately clicked. Sabora from Australia now runs her own company, Aurora Aero Design, which offers boutique services for both cabin interiors and exterior paint. Let's see how the other side lives. Let's continue reading, shall we? I do want to continue reading this. Okay. Her big spending clients are mostly from the U.S. and the Middle East. They range from solo owners to large families looking for planes that suit their personal travel needs. Isn't that nice? The price of a jet makeover depends upon the model, the size, and the age of the plane. She tells the Daily Mail. Uh, For off-market jets in the mid-range size, refurbishment can be somewhat between 1 million and 2.5 million. For brand new planes, the interiors usually account for around 30% of the purchasing price. The designer explained. So if a new jet costs $80 million, then we are really around 15 million to 20 million for customization, because these are ultra customized planes. The bigger the plane, the higher the cost too. Outfitting a Boeing business jet, for example, typically used by clients in the Middle East, can cost anywhere from 40 million to 50 to 60 million, depending on how extra it needs to be in the end. Where's that jet? Qatar. Have you heard about Qatar? You know, Qatar is the one who gave 45, 47 his pre-loved his used 747. It came from Qatar. This is the kind of money that your president is taking gifts from. Planes that can cost between 40, 50, and $60 million to just have the interiors done. You don't think that there's a conflict of interest there? They have allowed him to accrue that Venezuelan oil sale money in their banks over there. Well, let's look at some of these interiors. Okay, with such limited space on board, how comfortable and luxurious can the inside of a jet really be? Maybe the only limit is the size of the plane, the geometry of it. But inside of that, we can go pretty far. She says it's a bespoke affair depend upon what's important for each customer. If a client really values technology and innovation, then Sabar said that she would go beyond to reach the newest screens and how they could be integrated. For another client, sleeping in the skies might be super important. So we are going to have custom produced fitted mattresses, full blackout options, advanced noise cancellation, everything that is related to the end goal. And when clients request extra attention on the finishes and textileness, that means the fabrics of the cabin, Sabora makes sure to work with high and luxury brands for fabrics and raw materials. The finer details, such as finishes and surfaces, are highly considered with the designer keep seeking out businesses who create custom design, and I think that is made custom design and made mother of pearls or precious stones inserts and inlays. Precious stones and mother of pearl inlays. That's fabulous. To create a truly opulent finish across the plane's interior, Sabora steers clear of certain fabrics. What we are avoiding are materials with a lot of plastic and polymers inside, or anything that is artificial, the designer reveals. There are several reasons for why Aurora doesn't use such textiles. Safety is a major one because it'll burn and melt. If there's a fire on the plane, of course. They usually don't pass the burn test, but they are super flammable compared to natural materials like cashmere, cotton, wool, real silk, real silk, real leather, real wood, stone, she said. But the way the fabric feels matters too, especially when clients are paying millions for Aurora's finest work. The other thing is the feeling itself, the tactileness of the interior, she added. Imagine when all the walls are super close to you, you really see the fibers of the fabric because it's next to your face. Everything is of the highest quality, she says, explaining that owners are increasingly wanting to avoid artificial materials whenever it's possible. We can have cashmere on the walls, on the seats. You can have a 100% silk carpet. You can have a 100% silk carpet in your private jets. Just last year, Aurora helped create a custom design 777-300 for Qatar Airways, a partner of Formula One. Now, I just really wanted to get to that part. This link will be in the description box under Fly Like a Billionaire. Why did I wanted to get to that part in particular? Hold on. I wanted to get to that part particularly because if you guys remember, anybody who has been here with me, who has been here with me over the years that I have been reporting on political commentary, because I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. I did a report on how Saudi Arabia and people in the rich Middle East countries were investing into. What's the biggest thing that they are investing into now? They are investing into sports. A basketball team, golf league, tennis leagues, and Formula One would be a one of the other things that the Middle East have invested in. So I wanted to let you understand that this woman is telling you uh, that she is the designer for one of the Qatar Airways premier planes for Formula One. Why is that important? It was her first ever exterior project on a commercial plane, but her most luxurious designs is a multi-year project that at the time of the interview she hadn't signed on as of yet. So she has a bigger project. Okay. It started 4 years ago. It's not even finished, she said, explaining the bespoke jet for a client in the Middle East. How easy are such wealthy clients to please? She said expectations are high as the plane altitude, but most part, adding her clients are used to getting exactly what they want. And it's no different when they're looking for a luxury cabin interior. So you guys can read the rest of this article. I just wanted to get you to understand that these people in Middle East, they are making their money in sports. They have, I forget the name of that building, that they have this big tennis court that if the if the tennis player, it appears as if the tennis player, if they're running for a ball or if they lose their balance, that they can fall off the whole fucking top of this skyscraper. They are doing things with boxing, with NASCAR, with all of these things. Formula One, not NASCAR, Formula One. So why is this important? This is important because the Middle East want to be a land of decadence, a land of, you can do anything here. And how has this war affected what is going on in the Middle East? It has affected friend and foe alike. Now, we do know that in Qatar, there have been major strikes in Qatar. And 4547 is at his wits' end trying to prevent Iran from striking Qatar. But why would Iran strike Qatar? Because of their connections and their partnerships with the United States. Now, let me see. Where is this? Let me see. It must be right here. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here we go. So let's see how the world is looped together. Let me share this with you. Get back on track. So how is the world affected by this war? Let me share my screen. Guess what is happening with Formula One? Their next big Formula One event. Here we go. Formula One canceled races in Bahrain. Bahrain was struck by Iran and Saudi Arabia amid Middle East conflict. All of those big luxury jets that have silk carpets where prices of no matter. So how do you think that is going to affect the relationship between Saudi Arabia, the nation that gave Jared Kushner $2 billion for his startup company that he has never worked in before, who Jared Kushner and is trying to get an additional $5 billion from, including Qatar. How do you think that Jared Kushner's money woes will be affected by the strikes in Iran? Why do you think that Iran was striking in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia? Now look at what it's going to cost Saudi Arabia. All of this money, well, I guess maybe it's just a little money that they put into these little petty planes and made all of these adjustments to have Formula One over there. Oh, well, I guess it's no big deal. Formula One has canceled races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia scheduled for April as the ongoing war between Iran and the U.S. and Israel disrupt international sporting throughout the Middle East. Disrupts what? International sports throughout the Middle East. So they're making sports since they see that people in America, Americans who were owning sports teams, were becoming billionaires. Now the Middle East is into sports and kind of like comedy. How all of those comedians from Dave Chappelle to I don't think Kevin Hart went. All of these big names, comedians, went over to Saudi Arabia to perform like circus clown for a check. And many of them, the smaller scale comedians, have been shunned for going over to Saudi Arabia to fucking act like some cage animals for a check. Uh, this is the same thing that is going on in the sports world. We have some golfers with Live Golf. That is the Middle East conglomerate of a golf event, kind of like the Masters. You have Live Golf. That's Saudi Arabian golf. There are some golfers who will only work under Live Golf, and they will only do Live golf competitions. Oh yes, they are in the sporting arena. So that's what I wanted to connect that to. Due to the ongoing situation in the Middle East, the Grand Prix alongside F2, F3, and F1 Academy rounds will not take place as scheduled, Formula One said in a post on X. The Grand Prix marquee events at the top of the F1 calendar were scheduled to be the fourth and fifth races of the season, which kicked off during the first weekend of March in Melbourne last year. Both were won by Australian driver Oscar Piastri, who rode a strong start in the campaign to a third-place finish in the F1 season standing. Iran targeted both Gulf countries. Iran targeted both Gulf countries in the early days of the conflict in a retaliatory campaign that saw Tehran take shots at Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Iraq, Jordan, Turkey, Cyprus, and Israel on Friday. NATO defense systems in the eastern Mediterranean shot down a missile about to breach Turkish airspace. It isn't the first global sporting event interrupted by Middle East hostilities since President Donald Trump and Israel launched their attack on Iran in February, killing Supreme Leader Ayatollah Al I forget how you pronounce his name. Forgive me. Killing the Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah. The fan, fanta, fant, Fantics. The Fantics Flag Football Classic, a exposition matchup featuring NFL legend Tom Brady and athletes including Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, and Myles Garrett, was moved from Saudi Arabia to Los Angeles this week. Oh. Isn't that sad? The Iranian national team, meanwhile, is unlikely to make the trip to North America for this summer's World Cup, hosted jointly by U.S., Canada, and Mexico. So you do know that your president said that it would be best if the Iranians would not show up for the World Cup. It kind of seemed to me like a veiled threat. Trump said he doesn't believe it is appropriate that they will be there for their own life and safety. In Thursday Truth Social post that came after Tehran's sports minister cast doubts on the country's participation in the event. So, first come the Tehran sports minister casting doubt, and then, sure as shit, here comes your president saying, "I believe it is appropriate that they not be that they." I believe it's appropriate that they be there for their own life and safety. I think he said that they should not be there for their own life and safety. I don't know if that's a typo or if he put a typo in the Truth Social, but he believes that they should not be there for their safety after they had already but pulled out. So I just wanted you to know how this war is affecting the rich in the sports world. Let me put this link in my description box. It will be in the description box under ICE. Fly like a billionaire. No. Yes, fly like a billionaire. Yes, I'm going to put this under fly like a billionaire because all of this is related to what I was saying. So let me drop this right now. Let me see. Where am I? Thank you for being here, Three Pieces. That's a fly. Yeah, I think you're talking about the since that the fake fibers in since what am I trying to say? The fake fibers that is in polyester and all of that plastic. People are saying that they are taking love one with them to help in the long lines or if they have to go to the bathroom. That would make sense. Hey, Bert. And they're going to keep their spot in the lines like when you go to the bathroom, you can keep your spot when pulled out of the line. Good morning, foot soldier. It is good to see you. Atlanta has them working the lines. Hey, Cheryl Burnett. It is good to see you. Okay, so I just wanted to let you see how all of this shit is connected. But why did I talk about how millionaires are flying? That brings me back to the first thing that I definitely wanted to talk about. I have been talking to you guys a long time about this AI takeover. A lot of people just think that, you know, for a variety of reasons, they don't think that any of this should be taken seriously. Let me share with you this link. Why am I talking about how billionaires fly? Because in my opinion, the billionaires are really trying to set up this country to be for them and them only. If you look at the the way that they are throwing people off of healthcare, if you are looking at the way they are going through and they're buying up farmland, if you look at the way that they have mass deported all of the people that actually pick your fruit and your vegetables, if you look at the way that the world trade is all fucked up behind a war for absolutely no reason, and that how the prices of everything in your life is going to increase, including food. You know, the food that they don't have migrant workers out there picking. Maybe these are the what 45, 47 intended to be the black jobs, as he fired over 300,000 black workers who were making, who were living minimum, middle class lifestyles. Now we have the billionaires in the AI tech companies. Jeff Bezos said that he was going to get rid of over 600,000 job positions. And people are still, as we see, data centers buying up all of this land, encroaching on all of your electric services, your water services, and you're paying for it. As you see fools still out here telling you why you should use AI, and now if you use AI to do little tasks like make dumb cartoons or something, there's a difference in using AI for that and to being so ignorant that you would actually use AI to produce a job product. Because see, that's the important part of AI, is to understand how to use AI to produce something that is of value. You know, if your job is if you have a job where you are supposed to create ideas, and you go to AI and think you're doing your big one and getting your ideas from AI, why would someone pay you when they can just put it in AI? You know, why would they be able to put it in AI? Because you're so stupid that you're using your mind, your mind, your brain. You are the one who is prompting AI for free to take your own freaking job. But people love to cheat so much. People think that they're smarter than the average bear, and at the same time they want to cheat. But you're cheating yourself. That's who you're cheating. You're using AI to do a job that you're getting paid, and you're teaching AI how to do your job at the same time. Thus, in fact, eliminating your own jobs. But hey, you ain't got to believe me. Shit, I'm just giving you the information. Do with it as you choose. Okay, so a lot of people think that Amazon, uh, it's just they're eliminating manual labor jobs. No, the biggest bank of jobs that are being eliminated right now are white collar jobs. So all of these are people who want to talk in elite tones as if they're some elite motherfuckers. No, they are the ones whose jobs are being eliminated, and half of them are helping to train AI because they're cheating in their jobs using AI to do their job. So let's get into this about AI, shall we? Oh, that's just I apologize. I I I put up the wrong one again. Hold on. Let me share this with you. Everyone wants to be unique. And unfortunately, most people are just uniquely dumb. Let's share this. There, you know, I mean, how many times can you tell a person, Lord, why do I keep pulling up this wrong thing? I apologize. Hold on. I'm gonna have to hold on. I the wrong one because I had attached the wrong link. Let me see. Oh my god. All these pop-ups. I apologize. Let's get into it. Now, what he initially said, I will try to find the article that I really wanted to cite. Uh, I saved it wrong. What Jason Wong, the owner of NVIDIA, said uh, that AI is going to take a lot of people's jobs. They said for every one human being working, they will be working with 100 AI machines. For every one person, there will be 100 AI machines working with them, which also means that the one human being working will have to be working at a very rapid, fast pace. NVIDIA CEO says 100% of everybody's job will be changed due to AI. Let me drop this link in the description box. It's going to be under jobs and AI. In a new interview, NVIDIA CEO Jason Hong said AI is the greatest technology equalizer the world has ever seen, and that 100% of everybody's job will be changed as a result. Hong told CNN. Now, see, the reason why I'm saying this, because this motherfucker is saying this like it is a good thing. And now the people who are creating this technology, this is the thing that they are leaning into. They're not looking at this and they're not saying, oh, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't do this. They're looking at this and they are call themselves warning you. They are all in for doing this. And they act as if they are such intelligent people, but they act as if they don't understand the ramifications of 100% of the jobs being affected and being taken over by AI. Now it kills me. And while every time other people, you lay people talk about this, you people who are not in on this creating these AI jobs, every time you guys talk about this, you guys resort to the comfortable position. Well, they're going to have to do some universal pay for everyone else. But you know what? Who I don't hear saying that? I don't hear the billionaires who are creating this AI to take your jobs. They never say that. I don't know where you people get this. They're gonna have to have some universal pay for everybody because all the jobs have been taken by AI. That's never said by the people who are creating this AI to take your job. They never say a goddamn thing about no universal pay because they have created something that has taken everyone's job. They don't say nothing about that. I don't know where y'all get that from. If they wanted to pay you, they continue to pay you to do your motherfucking job. They are creating AI to take your job. So why would they create AI to take a job that they still gonna pay you some money for? What they paying you for? You ain't working. Why y'all think that they gonna pay you? Do you think? You think that they looking at for a million ways to cut people off of food stamps who get less than $200 a month? And you think that people are going to be looking to pay you because they have taken all of the jobs in the United States? I don't know where you get this from. These people are not saying nothing about no universal pay for people because AI have taken all the jobs. They never say nothing about that. All of you people out here who, like I say, you know, there's going to be a time when you figure out something that you want to protest, or maybe not. We'll see what happens. Okay. Let me see. Hong told CNN Fareed Zakara on Sunday that AI was a equalizer, meaning that it lifts people who aren't well versus the technology to be able to use it. Hong said, ChatGPT, an AI chatbot with over 500 million globally weekly users, was an example of how people can easily use AI with little to no formal training in interacting with it. Okay, and what? How does that make them money? How does that give them a job? They can use it to what avail, though? Look at how many people are using ChatGPT for the very first time, Hong told Sharif Zakara. And the first time you use it, you're getting something out of it. AI empowers people. It lifts people. But does it put money in people's pocket? Whose pockets does it empower the most? Because if you don't have any money, you don't have any power. But he wants you to believe that it is empowering you. It is lifting you. Lifting you how? If it is not lifting you out of your current financial situation, where is it lifting you to? And who is it lifting financially? Okay, let me see. AI results in people being able to do more with technology than they would have without it, Hong said. He elaborated that he was certain that that the work that we do with our jobs would be dramatically transformed due to AI. Hong, who has been a leading NVIDIA as CEO since co-founding it in 1993, said his own work has changed because of AI. The work will change, Hong said in an interview. My job has already changed. The work that I do has changed, but I'm still doing my job. Of course you're still doing your job. Do we think that you're going to eliminate your job? Okay. Hong said that some jobs will be lost because of AI, but many jobs will be created thanks to the technology. You notice how they are never able to pinpoint exactly what jobs will be created because of technology? Many jobs. What are these jobs? For example, they can never give you one. He predicted that AI will result in productivity gains across industries, lifting society as a whole. How so? Be specific, sir. Okay. Home predictions are less dire than those of Dario Armandi, the CEO of the $61.5 billion AI startup Anthropic. In May, Armandi told Axios that within the next 5 years, AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and cause unemployment to rise to 10 to 20%. In March, he stated that AI would write all of the code for companies within a year. Okay. Let's not forget the article that I read to you where all of these companies are using AI as a employment source, that all of your applications for jobs will go through this AI data center that will match you to what job you will be able to get. You're not going to be able to see a job opening at this company, that company, any other company. No, AI is going to be the one who tells you This is the job that I have available for you. You want it or not. This is the job that I have available for you. You want it or not. You are not going to have the free will to shop for a job at different companies. AI is going to do that for you as well. Let's not forget I told you about that months ago. They actually have an app that they are selling to employers. Who was the first employer to help them smooth out any rough goings in this app, where all of the people who apply to work for this company are going to be assigned or given a job via AI? None other than the largest retailer in the United States, Walmart. They were the one who allowed this app that specifically only allows AI to partner you with a job. And they're trying to tell you it's a good thing. People will be able to see your reviews, but they don't. Your customers that you like will be able to say what a good employee you were, but they won't say the devious shit that could happen to your shit being available to AI. The same way that people will be able to say what a good job you do, there will be some felonious people. People of low quality, low morale, low self-worth, who will be able to go in there and lie on you. Some of you have been around social media. We know how people like to lie and make up stories, and if they're able to call your job, surely they will come into the AI app where you work, if they're allowed to lie on you by over phone and think it's cute and funny. Do you not think that they will be doing this with the ability that AI gives people to interject themselves into your employment? You think it's all good shit that is going to be able to load it on into your employment by God knows whom? Okay. If you think so, good luck to you. Harm predictions are less dire. AI could wipe out nearly half of the entry level white collar jobs and cause unemployment to rise between 10 to 20%. In March, he stated that AI could write all of the code for companies within a year. Adam Dorr, a research director at the think tank Rethinks X, stated by 2045, AI and robotics could make human jobs obsolete. Obsolete. We don't have that long to get ready for this, Dorr told The Guardian last week. We know it's going to be tumultuous. That's not, but that is not the actual. I'm going to link that in the description box as well. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let me get this. He just did this interview this weekend. I can't find it. I apologize. That was the first link that I called myself saving. Let me see. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. That was not the link. Oh, God. I hate that I did that. I apologize. Let's get into this then. Hmm, that's odd. Okay, excuse me. Let's move on. Okay, there's another CEO who has a strange prediction about jobs. The former CEO of Uber uh, is trying to make you believe some bullshit as well. Um, yes, it's true that Uber founder Travis Kalanick said this yesterday in his TBPN interview while launching his new robotics company, Atoms. He described a hypothetical, fully automated world where plumbing is the last human task. Plumbing. Everything will be automated. Everything. Every job will be automated except what? Plumbing. It will be the last human task. Those guys, each and every plumber, will be like LeBron James because plumbing is the lone pole in the tent to progress. His view: AI robotics boosts a demand for scarce human skills in physical bottlenecks. So there's one billionaire CEO who believes that plumbing will be the last horizon for human jobs. Now, we are not going to omit the fact that trades are very important. There has always been good money in trades, not bootlegging, going to school for a little while and being a bootleg electrician, being a bootleg trummer, actually being a certified electrician and plumbers. So those have always been very good jobs. So if you know of someone who is languishing and looking for something that is going to have some security, you may want to tell them that they may want to look into plumbing. Let me let me see what else I have to show you about. Hmm, this is weird. This is really weird. I apologize. Oh my God. Let me see what you guys are saying. AI may see a treat of humans on one point. Are you talking of high language models, LLMs? I'm not talking anything. I'm just giving you the story. That's what they're talking. AI targeting people in the planes as well. Can you imagine? They are definitely going to have AI piloting these planes. If they already got rid of the penny, they will be pretty swift to get rid of the poor soul on a bathroom break. I concur. I definitely concur. They are basically telling it in schools now. If you are not co-working with AI, you have no chance to compete with someone who does. You don't pay health care for AI. Billionaires aren't special. They need to keep their evil asses underground with their lords. Industrial revolution. AI doesn't pay taxes, less expensive. They don't pay health care. They don't pay anything. But do you ever hear any of these AI creators talk about some universal pay? They must be going to pay all of these people who lost their job. No, you never hear them say that. You hear people who talk about the job losses that AI is gonna. Well, there must gonna be some universal pay. Who's gonna pay it? They don't want to pay you. That's why they're creating AI. Who's going to pay it? They don't pay taxes. Who is going to pay it? They're making sure that they don't even have to pay taxes for the roads and services that they use that they want to overcharge you for. They charge you at a greater rate for your taxes as being a fucking below wage worker than they charge a billionaire in taxes. And they give you no carve outs. They give you no loopholes for the taxes that you got to pay, but they do to the billionaires. So you think the billionaires are going to pay some fucking fee because they created a way that the world can operate without you? Well, if they have created a world that can operate without you, you think they just want you languishing in their America, that they created a way that they don't need you? If they don't need you, then what? They take your health care away from you. Then what? You won't be able to go to a doctor. Then what? Then you're going to die. Oh, but you can always go to the emergency room, RonyiQ. Oh, really? Can you? How many times have you seen people get rejected? Cops get called on people at the emergency room because the doctor refused to treat them. There was recently a woman who was homeless, and she recently got a payment from the city and from the hospital. Why did she get because she was living in a homeless shelter, and she could not go. This was during the COVID era. She could not go back to the homeless shelter without a COVID test that said that she didn't have COVID. They took her to the emergency room from the homeless shelter because she had some type of emergency. Then when they got ready to let her out, she said, okay, I need a COVID test. The medical staff refused to give her a COVID test. She said, I need one to get back into the shelter. They still refused to give her a COVID test. Then they called the police on her just for a simple COVID test that she needed so she wouldn't have to stay out of doors all night. An older white lady. Older. She was in her deep into her 60s. So the comes out and he immediately threatened violence on her. I'm going to throw you out physically, all of this stuff. And then they escort her out, holding her by her arms, and escorted this woman out. Lied and told her that they were going to give her, take her somewhere else and give her a COVID test. When she got outside, they told her to get off the property. And she said, I thought you get off the property. And if you don't, you're going to be arrested for trespassing. She had not been trespassed. You see, if you don't know the law, a cop cannot trespass you from anywhere. Someone in charge of the facility has to be the one who says, I want them trespassed. But this cop decided to tell her, if you don't leave, you're going to be trespassed. And as she is walking away, she's asking about what happened to her cane. She's walking away, going down the driveway to exit the facility, and she said, you guys are so mean. Why are you so mean? And at that point, this cop rushes up on her, grabs her by her arm, swipes her feet from under her as she had been walking away and leaving the facility, broke her fucking leg. And when they were trying to get her up, broke her leg under the knee. And when they were trying to get her up, she said, I can't walk. My leg is broken. My leg is broken. There's actually a picture of her. They took her right back into where the hospital, and the doctor came out into the breezeway and said that he wasn't going to treat her. Have your regular physician check up on it, and walked his ass back into the motherfucking hospital. Didn't even treat this lady. This woman had a whole broken leg, and they hauled her up into a petty van and took her to the motherfucking jail, where she didn't get any medical treatment for 17 hours. You can lose your fucking leg. You can get a blood clot. You can have many difficulties being up in your 60s. Now you tell me. My whole point in telling you this story is, you tell me that these emergency rooms, with the number of people who have lost and are losing their health care, you think that these emergency facilities are going to give a fuck about people who can't pay, that have medical emergencies they never have? So, y'all think that these billionaires are going to give y'all some universal pay because they've taken away all your jobs? They want you to die. That's the only logic that I get from it. That's the only logic that I get from it, because they never talk about no universal pay for Americans who can't get jobs anymore. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Linda. Nothing. Everybody's quiet now. Everybody quiet now. So we're going to have a cast of people who don't have any jobs, who don't have any health care, who have illnesses, or they're not going to be able to get prescriptions. Why? Because emergency room is not going to fill prescriptions for people who are ill. They're going to give you enough medications for 3 to 7 days, and they're going to send you on your way. So who's going to fill these prescriptions? Oh, AI? Is AI going to fill the prescriptions for you poor people who have no health insurance? Not even Medicare or Medicaid? Who's going to fill these prescriptions? You're going to die. That's what's going to happen. You got medication that you need to take every day? Who's going to fill these prescriptions? Do you not understand that this is the master plan? Do you understand that this is the actual plan that they have for American people? If you don't, I'm just giving you the information that I can gain from it. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Let me see. How is the war being funded? Let's talk about this war funding that they still say that they are trying to get from the taxpayers. How is the war being funded? Here we go. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was on the Sunday show talking dumb shit once again. Whenever a dumb shit needs to be taught, you can rely on Scott Bessent. Ridiculous Scott Bessent throws down with NBC Christian Welker over Iran war funding. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
One sheet of Bounty versus one sheet of the competitive brand. One sheet of Bounty is
I'm not a member. We're going to have to watch the commercial, seems like.
Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Let's talk about the overall cost of this war. The administration's asking Congress poised to an additional $200 billion in additional funding for this war. Some Republicans who could cast key votes on this are expressing hesitation or outright opposition. Take a listen to them, and then I want to get your reaction on the other side.
Are there any initial red flags for you?
No, man, it's a lot of money. I'll go through it, see what they need.
I am a no. I've already told leadership I am a no on any war supplementals. I am so tired of spending money elsewhere.
Should President Trump have gone to Congress on the front end of this war if he was going to ask for Congress's help now for more funding?
Again, President Trump was within his authorities, under the War Powers Act, to initiate this action. And we actually now we have plenty of money to fund this war. What we are doing is this is supplemental. President Trump has built up the military as he did in his first term, as he is now doing in his second term. And he wants to make sure that the military is well supplied going forward.
Would the administration ever raise taxes in order to fund this war?
Again, Kristen, the terrible framing. I think that
it's just it's a simple question that I think a lot of people have.
It's a ridiculous question.
Well, what can you answer it?
Let's answer. It's terrible framing. Well, can you answer the question? Let's see what the answer is. That's a yes or no question. Will they increase taxes on you?
Why would we do that? That we have plenty. We have $1 trillion.
Why would we do that? We have plenty. We have $1 trillion. Are we clear that the main focus of this conversation is that this administration wants to go to Congress and ask them for $200 billion additional funds to fight this Iran war? And when asked, is that going to affect you and your taxes? Well, what he can't simply say no. He can try to pretend like, oh, we have all the money in the world. We have $1 trillion. We've rebuilt the military from the last administration. Why would we need these penny tax dollars? All of this $1 trillion that he's speaking of, that is your tax dollar already. This $200 billion he's asking for more of, as he's acting as, why would we ask for the tax dollars? We have all we need. He does not answer this question.
In this year's budget for the military, and President Trump, even before the conflict started, had said that he would like to further. We have plenty. We have $1 trillion. In this year's budget for the military, and President Trump, even before the conflict started, had said that he would like to further build out the military.
So just is raising taxes under consideration at all? If you're saying you have plenty of money.
Not at all.
Okay. Let's turn to how all of this is impacting consumers. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby is now planning, he says, to cut flights and is planning.
We have plenty. Can somebody make it make sense that they're asking for $200 billion? President Trump said he wanted to further build out the military. So you mean to tell me that with $1 trillion budget that the military gets from the taxpayers already, he can't further build out the military budget? He's asking for how much? $200 billion. And at the time that we're at war, at the time when he has done nothing to bring down prices for the American citizen. In fact, when this war, it has increased the prices on everything that you as an American citizen is going to have to buy. He wants you to believe that you will not be affected as you are already living the effects of the price increases because of this war. But hey, they want to tell you that, hey, that big beautiful bill gave you a tax cut, but they are not telling you that every penny and more of this alleged tax cut that you as an American, a regular American citizen got has not been eaten up by the increases in everything that you have to buy because this administration is so financially inept. They can create ways to make billionaires richer, but they have ceased to uh, be able to make any prices go down for you. What is their excuse always? It's just a short time pain until things get better. It's just a short term inconvenience for the tons of American people. But you know who never feels any pain? You notice that these billionaires only get contracts, government contracts. They only get personal contracts because their association with this administration and being able to interact with other nations to get a big business contracts, such as Jared Kushner, such as Steve Witkoff, who have only gained money by their proximity and in this administration to get more $1 billion contracts. You ever notice that they suffer no pain?
For oil to go as high as $175 a barrel, with prices potentially staying above $100 a barrel through 2027. This is according to him. All of this could potentially mean higher prices for consumers. What do you say to Americans who feel they were promised lower costs and now they're getting the opposite?
Kristen, I think the American people understand that in any 50, I'm not going to put a time on it, but let's just pick 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Prices will come off on the other side for 50 years of not having an Iranian regime with a nuclear weapon. The American people, they are beginning to understand, thanks to President Trump, that there is no prosperity without security.
Are you guys understanding that now? For 50, I think the American people are understanding that for 50 days you're going to be uncomfortable. But you look at the fact that the past 47 years you've had a threat from Iran, and that you are willing to go through this to no longer have a threat from Iran, is what he's telling you. For 50 days, okay, then you may be uncomfortable for 50 days. That's what this motherfucker is telling you.
I heard you say 50 days. Are you saying that prices could start to come down?
No.
What's the time frame?
I was just picking a point. I don't know what.
No. I wasn't being specific as I try to make it seem like you are just going to be uncomfortable for a little time, because God knows I won't want you to come back 50 days later and say prices are still doing nothing but increasing, and I have to stutter all over again and try to make up another lie that is nonsensical.
Whether it's going to be 30 days, I don't know whether it's going to be 50 days, I don't know whether it's going to be 100 days, but to have 50 years, the peace in the Middle East, and know that the Iranian regime is defanged, because Christian.
But what does that have to do with me and how I live my life? I don't live my life in the Middle East. Iran wasn't doing a goddamn thing to me. What peace is this giving me? The only thing this is doing to my peace is disrupting my peace, because of what your actions doing has caused everything in my life to increase financially. Where's the peace? Okay.
What we had before was the illusion of security. Imagine this regime, if they had another year or 2 years to build out their missile capabilities, they would have built a shield around themselves, and it would have been impossible to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon.
No matter.
Okay. Imagine if all of the bullshit that I'm saying was real. Imagine if they had another 2 years. So, I had to imagine the 30 something years that Netanyahu was going before any court, any UN event, saying that in 2 years they would have him. I have to reimagine all of the 30 years that I have went through with Benjamin Netanyahu coming to America, talking about how soon the Iranians will have a nuclear weapon. You want to me to go back in time? Is what you're doing? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, let me see. There's another point that I have to get on him about. In the interview, Walker pressed Besson on where the money from the Iran war would come from after President Donald Trump lifted sanctions on Iranian oil, asked Congress to approve more than $200 billion to fund the conflict, a move Besson himself dubbed as supplemental to make sure the military is well supplied going forward, as the U.S. has plenty of money to fund this war. Okay, if that is true, if that is so true, if you guys were not here with me last week, let me remind you of what your military just recently did with the money of their $1 trillion budget. Let me remind you the story I just gave you last week. They have plenty of money. Is that true? Pete Hegseth, $93 billion budget spree. Millions spent on lavish food, sweet treats, and luxury items. What's the date on this article? Let me see the date. I just gave you this story 1 week ago. Okay. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth spent over $93 billion of taxpayer money this past September. That would be September 2025. And now they are coming back for what? $200 billion of taxpayer money. Make that make sense. And then when questioned about taking your tax dollars, Besson says that they don't need your money. This is to shore up the military for the future. This is not for this fight. All of these lies when we know that this is exactly for this fight. But we will remind you that the reason why the Pentagon said that they spent this $93 billion of taxpayer money in September is because of the old adage, if you don't use it, you will lose it, which means that if you leave any money left from your $1 trillion budget unspent, then maybe next year they won't give you that extra $93 that you didn't spend. But now all of a sudden we are to believe that they want this $200 billion for the future to shore up the military. Well, if they want money to shore up the military from the future, why did they fucking just shit out and skeet on $93 billion in September? See, they think you stupid. See, they think you are stupid. The cash splashing came of head is what is referred to Amazon Prime Day for government agencies, as they must spend the remainder of their yearly budgets or lose funding by September 30th. Hegseth use it or lose it outlay the amounted to $93 billion in September of 2025. Let me Let me share something else with you. Something that further details how Keg Breath used this money. Oh, it's in here. It's in this article. How did he use this money? Hexf used the Use It or Lose It $93.4 billion in September of 2025 on grants and contracts which they have not disclosed. And like I said to you when I first gave you this article, let's be clear that the Trump brothers, Beavis and Buttheads, are defense contractors now, as they both have a contract from your Defense Department for one is making drones and the other is making drone parts and engines. So they have procured defense contracts. So you know who makes billions in wars? Defense contractors. Uh, if you are unaware of it. So we know that I think it was Don Jr. who got his defense contract at the end of the year. It could have been both of them, but I'm pretty sure that Don Jr. Got his defense contract towards the end of last year. Isn't September towards the end of last year? Okay. Um, just checking. I'm just checking. Because I did the story when he got his defense contract. And, because I'm not new to this. This is old news to me. I'm just refreshing your memories of stories that I've already given you here on the RonyiQ channel that has been following this politics for 2 years now. Okay. I'm not mistaken. I am not mistaken. I am not mistaken that Jared Kushner got $2 billion from the Saudis, not 200,000. No, he got $2 billion. I'm not mistaken because I'm giving you the facts. I'm not trying to get numbers. I'm trying to give you information. I'm not looking at what other people are doing and thinking like, hey, let me go in and slide in and try to steal off because I think I can do it better giving bad information. Making you believe something about me as opposed to actually delving into the facts of the matter and actually giving a fuck about the information that I'm giving out. Because why would I be here if I didn't care about the facts of what I'm giving out? Why would I be here? Okay, let me see. He spent it on grants and contract. The most any agency has spent in a single month, according to government watchdog Open the Books. Over half of that amount, 50.1 billion, was doled out in the final 5 working days of the month alone. So they need $200 billion, not for the war, to sturdy up the military. They just spent $50 billion to dole out contracts. You notice nothing is specific, just contracts. Contracts. Now, Pete Kegbreath, who ran the former veteran agencies into oblivion to the point that one had to get a forensic audit because their finances were so fucked over. Do you think that some of this money from this $1 trillion defense budget that they blew a whole $93 billion in September, do you think some of that money found its way into people's pockets? Could that be possible? Could that be possible? From the Pentagon that hasn't been able to pass its last 7 to 8 uh, uh, audits itself, not being able to tell you where 60% of the money that they give the Pentagon has gone in their past 7 to 8 audits. Do you think that now that they have increased their budget to $1 trillion, they will not be able to tell you where that same 60% of the money that they give the Pentagon has gone? And they could keep increasing the budget of the Pentagon? This is your tax dollars. This is, these are things are being paid for because they say that they have no money for Medicaid. These are the things that are being paid for because they say that they have limited money for food stamps to feed the old, the senior, the disabled, the children. They have money for this. So when they had that surplus of $93 billion, what else did they buy? The goal was to spend the remainder of the Pentagon fiscal year budget of $849.8 billion as set by the Biden administration. Much of the money was spent on food in September alone. The Pentagon bought 2 million in Alaskan king crab. That's the 800 billion budget from the Biden administration. They now have $1 trillion budget. Understand, they all okay. They also spent $15.1 million on ribeye steaks, $6.9 million in lobster tails in September alone, $1 million in salmon, and $26,000 for sushi preparation tables. But they want to come back to the taxpayer. They want to go to Congress now and get $200 billion of your tax dollars. And this is what they did in September. With whose tax? Your tax dollars. And see, your for-profit media should have threw that shit on the table. Would Dick the Hexel just blow off $96 billion? If you wanted to shore up the military, how come you wasn't doing that with the $96 billion instead of buying all this seafood and food and the surf and turf meal is considered a significant predictor of battle for troops, with military.com claiming that foods are often a precursor to deployments, combat operations, or extended missions. So now military.com is telling you that when they start serving this amount of food to their military people, it's a precursor to the fact that they are about to deploy these people. So we understand that they are feeding the troops in these meals with the knowledge that they are about to deploy the troops, which means that is going to cost who money? The Pentagon money to deploy these troops. But your fucking tax dollar is just ever flowing as they make sure that the billionaires have to pay as least amount of taxes possible. But your taxpayer dollar, hey, let's just go to Congress and ask them for more. But we can't go to Congress and ask them for a resolution to even go and fight this fight. So therefore, we call it a kinetic mission. We call it the president have the constitutional rights to go in and make strikes. No, this is a war. But they didn't want to go to Congress to get permission to do this war. Now they're talking about putting boots on the ground. Now they don't know how long. Oh, no, I wouldn't say 50 days. I wouldn't say you're going to be uncomfortable for 50 days because they don't know how long that they are going to be in this quagmire that they decided to get into with absolutely no real reason for getting the military in this bullshit, other than they were ordered to by Benjamin Netanyahu to do it. Let's be real clear. Okay. It's a precursor to deployments, combat operation, or extended mission. Says military.com. RonyiQ didn't say that. Military.com told you that. The Pentagon also didn't skimp on dessert spending with 124. Hold on. what, $124,000 for ice cream machines and $139,224 on donuts. Not the same military that didn't want to have any fat officers. Not that same military. Can you imagine? A huge chunk of the cash was spent on information technology and telecommunications, including amounting to $5.9 billion. At least $5.3 million was spent at the Apple Store alone, including 400 brand new iPads at $315,200. Some of the stranger buys included a $98,329 on a Steinway grand piano for the Chief of Staff of the Air Force's residence, a $21,000 $750 custom flute for the same person. They also bought a custom violin for this same Air Force Chief of Staff. He got a Steinway, he got a vintage violin, and he got a fucking flute that was $21,000. I forget how much the violin was. It was in another article. Go back and let me share with you. I'll share with you the original article that I got. I'm going to share both of these articles because I like the other article where I initially got this story from. Let me find the original article because I like that article better, personally. Let me find it. Yes, I reported on it. Let's see if you guys remember this reporting on this a week ago. Let me share my screen. RonyiQ on YouTube. We see this. Let's see how Pete is spending your $1 trillion defense budget. This is the name. He also bought a some flute for this guy. Let me go to the settings and get the article. Let me get the article that I use. Oh God, I didn't post the article. Did I? Let me see. Maybe this is it right here. Yes, this is the original article. Let's go to the original article. I like the original article better than this article that I'm reading right now. They will both be in my description box. I want to go to the original article since you're being lied to by your administration about the extra $200 billion that they are asking you for. The original article was Pentagon spent $93 billion during a month-long use it or lose it spending spree. Both of these articles are going to be in my description box. The Pentagon spent $93 billion in September of last year, more money than it had in any other fiscal year since 2008, much of which was used on pricey food, luxury goods, and high-end furniture, according to recent analysis by government watchdog Open the Book. For decades, the research organization has tracked the annual use it or use it spending spree, a time when military spends the rest of its budget by any means necessary before refunding rules force it to forfeit any unused funds and potentially see a reduced budget the next 10 years. Well, instead of using it on food and furniture and bullshit. You do know that they could have used it on these things that they say that they want to revamp the military for. They could have used it on artillery, machines, personnel. They could have used it on that too, or lose it and not lose it. But you notice what they decided to spend $93 billion on bullshit. Now they're telling you that out of this $200 billion of additional funding over the $1 trillion budget that they are now entering, that they have entered in 2026, they are telling you that this additional, this supplemental, what you did see, you had the president said it was a supplemental. We need to supplement a $1 trillion budget, a budget after the $868 billion budget. They spent $93 billion of that budget on motherfucking crab legs and furniture and flutes and grand pianos and bullshit and contract for the sons of the president. This is what they're telling you. For decades, research and how come the news isn't putting this shit together? Plain and simple. How come the news aren't asking them these questions? Well, if you need it, what are you doing to reamp the supplemental $200 billion that you're saying is supplemental to the budget? What are you doing to improve the military? And how come you didn't do that with that $93 billion that you blew from the last budget in September of 2025? Your for-profit press aren't asking them these questions. I mean, how hard could it be to understand what is going on? It's not hard at all. But you know what? It's easier. It's easier to fool the American people as you're robbing them blind. It's easier to fool people who are so uninquisitive that they just read headlines, that they just take what these right-wing propagandists are saying about being patriotic and all of this bullshit, that they puff up your asses as they rob you blind. As they put out all of this racism and talk about how you are being victimized by other people. And you say, oh, well, if they give it to those people, it's okay that you rob me blind. We already know. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Lyndon B. Johnson. See, you have always been the predictable souls that you are. So let's continue. What else did they spend? For decades, the research organization tracked the annual use it or lose it spending spree, a time when the military spends the rest of its budget by any means necessary before funding rules force it to forfeit any unused and potentially see a reduced budget the next year. But there has never been anything quite like September 2025, Open Books wrote on Monday. Let me make sure I copy and put this in the link as well. We have plenty of funding. If this is under, we have plenty of funding. Okay, if that is in there as well. Let me put the old order article in there as well. Both of these articles about how Tech Breath wasted $93 billion, and they have the audacity to come back and ask for $200 billion months later. So these links are in your description box. You can continue to not know what's going on, but I have given you the roadmap. For decades, the research organization has when the military spends the rest of its budget by any means before funding rules force it to forfeit any unused funds and potentially see a reduced budget. the next year. But there has never been anything like September 2025, open the book said, since the since at least 2008, and presumably in history. No federal has ever spent so much on grants and contracts in a single month, the watchdog wrote. In the last 5 working days of September alone, the DoD spent $50.1 billion on grants and contracts. That's more than the annual defense budget of countries like Israel and Italy. Okay. The Defense Department spent $6.9 million on lobster tails and $2 million on Alaskan king crab in September alone. Open the books reported. It also spent $15.1 million on ribeye steaks, $124,000 on ice cream machines, $139 on donuts. On the final day of September, Defense Secretary Kegbreath told the military in a speech that it is completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon. Remember that? Y'all remember that? Just a week later, after congressional Republicans and the president refused to negotiate with the Democrats over an extension of cheaper COVID-era healthcare subsidies, the government shutdown led millions of Americans to lose their SNAP benefits. As this is going on, as your Pentagon is spending this type of money. See, this is what they didn't tell you. It was in November when they had the money to pay SNAP, but then they withheld the SNAP benefits in November. And this is what was going on in your Pentagon September. The Pentagon also spent more than $225 million on furniture in September, the most since 2014, according to Open the Books. Nearly half of the furniture was labeled as office furniture. The purchases included $60,719 worth of chairs from the premium furniture manufacturer Herman Miller, including at least one order of the luxurious Aryan chair for $1,844, the Watchdog Group wrote. Another $12,540 paid for 3-tiered fruit basket stands. How can you not spend? How can you not spend that much? $12,540 on fruit basket stands. I mean, hey. I wonder if the office chairs were this plush. I'm pretty sure the office chairs weren't this cheap. Let's go. The department purchased $98,329 Steinway and Sons grand piano for the Air Force Chief of Staff home, as well as a $26,000 violin and a $21,000 750 custom handmade flute for this one person. The Pentagon also allocated $5.3 million for Afro products, including 400 of the new iPads, MP3, 315,200. The same iPad with 128 gigabyte storage is available online for just $499, but the Department of Defense opted for the more expensive 512 gigabyte edition at a rate of $788 each, Open the Book wrote. The department spent historic amounts on purchases from foreign governments and foreign-owned businesses. So this is the article I wanted to. Let me see if there's any differences that I wanted to bring out in this other article. Oh, we have pictures in the other article. Let's go back to the other article. We got pictures of the piano. God forbid I don't show you pictures of the Steinway piano that you paid for. Now, since you paid for it, surely you ought to be able to see it, right? I mean, it's only right. Let's see pictures of the Steinway piano that your tax dollar paid for, as they come back and ask you for 200 more billion. Among the largest purchase was a $60,719 in chairs from Herman Miller, with another $12,540 spent on fruit stands. Notably, while Trump has stressed buying American products, in at least $6.6 billion in spending was done with foreign governments and companies. Here is the grand piano, and it is grand. The Pentagon, these are just flutes. These are not the actual things. Okay, I apologize. Hexel spent $93 billion in 1 month, roughly the cost of extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years, Schumer said in social media. So, do you think that they give a fuck about the American people? Who are they building this $1 billion Pentagon up for? It's not for you, the American people, because if they cared about the American people, the amount of money that they spent in September alone could have extended your health insurance. Instead, it's estimated up to 17 to 25 million people are going to lose their health insurance. But hey, the head of the aircraft has a Steinway grand piano in his home. You can pay for that. You could have paid for the healthcare subsidies for 3 years. But this is, do you think that they, let me see. Let me. Hexel spent $93 billion in 1 month, roughly the cost of extending the ACA tax credit for 3 years. But instead of lowering Americans' healthcare costs, Hexel used millions of taxpayer dollars on fruit baskets, Herman Miller recliners, ice cream machines, Alaskan cream cab, and Steinway's and Sons grand piano. A true grifter in every sense of the word, says Chuck Schumer. Well, Chuck Schumer, you're not much. Well, when are you going to strike up some article of impeachment, Chuck Schumer? Say that. Say less or say that. So I wanted to. I wanted to share that with you. The links are in the description box. So let's move on. If you are not aware of the death of the former FBI chair, let's get into. I'm kind of trying to figure something out. Why isn't my stuff saved as I saved it? Let me share this with you. I hope that this is the right thing that I'm trying to share with you. Robert Mueller. He passed away, I believe he was 81 years old. And let's see what your president, your sole presidential president, had to say about the death of the former FBI chair, Robert Mueller. Democrats pile on Trump for a post celebrating Mueller's death. The president has long attacked Robert Mueller and Democrats, whom he says perpetrated a Russian collusion hoax. And we have none other than Scott Bessent is trying to justify why Trump was okay in saying what he said in his post announcing the death of Robert Mueller. Now, let's understand that Robert Mueller was something that Trump could never be. Robert Mueller was a honored Vietnam soldier who won the Purple Heart for his actions in Vietnam in going back and forth to save people who were in his regiment as they were being attacked upon. You know, something that 45, 47 didn't have the hearts to do because he got 5 deferments from Vietnam. Let's get into this. Okay. Democrats are skewering President 45-47 after he proclaimed on Saturday that he was glad former special counsel Robert Mueller had died. Every day, this president shows his basic indecency and unfitness for office. Adam Schiff, Democrat of California, wrote on X in response to Trump's statement. What is Trump's statement? A diatribe in which Trump said he was glad he's dead because he can no longer hurt innocent people, drew fierce condemnation from Democrats. The cruelty is the point. Democrat Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer wrote on the X, Trump's goal is to distract you from rising gas prices, his aimless war, ICE abuses, and the Epstein files. Don't give him what he wants. Well, if you are giving him what he wants, because at first it was just the Epstein files, and then it came the Epstein files and the ICE abuses, and then it came his Epstein file, ICE abuses, and war, and then it came went from Epstein file, ICE abuses, aimless war, and gas prices. So is it us giving him what he wants and fucking talking about it, or is it the Democrat elected officials giving him what he wants? As the more egregious people things keep happening under the elected officials, more and more and more egregious shit is being piled upon the American people as the elected officials just sit there and say, don't fall into the trap. It seems like you the elected officials have fell into the trap of letting him do any and everything without doing your fucking jobs as well. I would be remiss if I didn't say that what is your job? What is your part in all of this? What are you doing to help the American people? You know, the American people that put you in the position to make sure that we are taken care of by our representatives. How are you representing the American people? Well, knowing all of this and more egregious shit that keeps being piled up on this until we are in a war, until we got our military people going over there talking about putting boots on the ground in a motherfucking campaign that would surely cost a lot of people their lives. As you got Lindsey Graham sitting his ass up there saying that we tackled Hiroshima, so surely we can tackle this Iranian island. But never once telling you that in a month's time that 10,000 American soldiers died in Hiroshima trying to win over Hiroshima. He just, acts as if it's just, it was no big deal. 10,000 American soldiers lost their lives. And he's talking about, well, we did Hiroshima. Surely we can do this Iranian island to impact their finance from their oil sales. Oh, can we? Can we, Lindsay? So you telling us that we got 10,000 American souls to fight a fight when you can't even tell us why we over in Iran in the first place? Okay. Okay. Trump goal is to distract you from the rising gas prices, his aimless war, ICE abuses, and the Epstein files. Don't give him what he wants. What exactly does he want? What do you mean? Chuck Schumer, What the fuck are you talking about? Don't give him what he want. Don't give him what? What we got to give him? We ain't got shit to give him because we're being robbed blind as American citizens. What we got to give him? The question is, what do we have to give you? Is what ought to worry you, as in voting you out of office. That should worry you. But I'm pretty sure at the last minute he's gonna vow out to spend more time with his family or some bullshit. Chuck Schumer. In May, Robert Mueller, a U.S. Marine and lifelong public servant, rest in peace. Mueller and the president, Representative Dan Goldman of New York, wrote on Saturday, represent a polar opposite of what a public servant should be. Yet the President of the United States disgustingly celebrates Mueller's death simply because he exposed Trump efforts to steal the 2016 election, Goldman said. At least one Republican also condemned Trump's post. It is clearly wrong and unchristian behavior, Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska said in a text to Politico when asked about Trump's statement. The vast majority of Americans want better. The reactions weren't limited to condemnation of Trump. Senator Cory Booker called Mueller a dedicated, honorable public servant on X, and Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, in a statement that offered some criticism of Mueller's handling of the Rustin investigation, said he was nonetheless committed to the truth as special counsel. Let me see. I don't know. Bob Mueller was one of the finest directors in the history of the FBI. Now, understand, we're talking about somebody who, 45, 47, decided to put Kakai Patel in as the head of the FBI. They call Kakai Patel a Keystone Cop. You know the Keystone. If you don't know what the Keystone Cops were, they were bumbling idiots that used to trip over their feet when they went to open doors. They would slam the doors into their faces because they were bumbling idiots. That's what the FBI agents themselves call their leader, Kakai Patel, a Keystone Cop. Say, don't take my word for it. Take their word for it. He was one of the finest directors in the history of the FBI, transforming the Bureau after 9/11 and saving countless lives, former President Barack Obama wrote on X. But it was his relentless commitment to the rule of law and unwavering belief in our bedrock values that made him one of the most respected public servants of our time. Michelle and I send our condolences to Bob's family and everyone who knew and admired him. Wasn't that a presidential statement? Former President George Bush said Mueller led the agency effectively in the wake of September 11, 2001 terrorist attack. Laura and I are deeply saddened by the loss of Robert Mueller. Bob dedicated his life to public service, Bush said, later adding that he and former First Lady Laura Bush sent our heartfelt sympathy to his wife of nearly 60 years, Anne, and the Mueller family. Isn't that presidential? Some Republicans aligned with Trump offered support for his blistering attack. Far-right activist Laura Looney wrote that Trump said what everyone is thinking about Mueller. Meanwhile, Roger Stone, a one-time Trump advisor who went to jail for lying for Trump and was pardoned, posted on X, the judgment of Robert Mueller has moved to a much higher court. Is judgment of you coming much far after? It will the judgment of you come after another one of those botched surgery it appears that you have to your face to tighten your face backwards so that you look like Jim Carrey in Mask? Will that when your sooner judgment will come, Robert Stone? Mueller, who died on Friday night at 81 years old, served as the director of the FBI under Bush Obama. He gained national attention for investigating the 2016 Trump campaign ties to Russia during the president's first term. Russia, Russia, Russia. So, do you understand why 4547 cannot stand Robert Mueller? But do you also understand how petty and trifling your president is? In 1968, Mueller joined. He wasn't drafted. He joined. He joined out of his own will to be a Marine. He joined the Marines, where he was deployed to Vietnam and received the Bronze Star for saving a fellow Marine under fire. He was later shot and awarded the Purple Heart. While the Mueller report ultimately did not establish criminal collusion between 45-47 campaign and the Russian government, the special counsel that found that Russia attempted to interfere with the 2026 election to benefit Trump. The president has since attacked Mueller and Democrats, whom he says perpetrated a Russian collusion hoax. Okay, so there's that. Let me drop this for you in my description box. This is under Mueller death. So you'll be able to find it. Let's see what Scott Bessent had to say to protect 4547. Shall we? Why not? Why not see what Scott Bessent had to say trying to protect Trump? This will also be in my description box under Mueller death. Why don't we watch Scott Bessent sit up here and lie and stammer and be a whole fool behind trying to uplift what 4547 actually said about the loss of life of our former FBI director. Watch Scott Bessent give baffling canned defense of Trump's jaw-dropping Mueller epithet when grilled by NBC Christian Welker. Yes, it is being shared with you. Why don't we pursue this? Let me see. Now, understand that it was not all of these things that you're going to see Bessent decry. None of these were the call of Robert Mueller. Robert Mueller made none of the decisions and made none of the call, did not have the authority to make the calls that Scott Bessent is attributing to Robert Mueller. So he was not the decision maker on any of these things. Okay, we got to go through a commercial. Let's go through the commercial. I apologize. I don't know why. I cannot just skip these commercial on Mediaite.
All right. I want to ask you a different topic about a post by President Trump from yesterday responding to the death of former special counsel Robert Mueller. He posted this quote, "Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people." Do you think it's appropriate for the President of the United States to celebrate the death of an American citizen, someone who's a Bronze Star, Purple Heart recipient and who served in Vietnam?
Kristen, I was with the president in the green room at Davos, and there was a video playing of the what may have been an illegal raid on his home at Mar-a-Lago. They are going through his wife's wardrobe.
What may have been an illegal raid, was it or wasn't it? I don't know if it was an illegal raid, but I'm just gonna act like I was so offended about something I cannot. I want you to believe was illegal because I know it was legal, but I just want you to believe that I think that it was illegal, that they were going through the wardrobe of his wife. I bet you think that is illegal because the story that they always want to say, they were going through Melania's lingerie drawers. I know you find that repulsive, Scott Besson, as you live in your pink Barbie house with your husband. Is that what you find so egregious about the fact that they were going through his wife belongings?
And I watched the look in his eye, and I think that neither one of us can understand what has been done to the president and to.
I watched the look in his eye, and neither one of us can understand what the president went through. What did he go through? As you watch the look in his eye and you find that you understand, so he was so personally insulted with Robert Mueller. Do you think that Robert Mueller was the one who called the FBI to search her house? No, Robert Mueller did not do that. Robert Mueller, I don't think he was over the FBI when they did the raids on
to his
Mar-a-Lago.
But to the question of the president's post, I mean, Robert Mueller didn't order that raid. Is it appropriate for the president to celebrate the death of any American citizen,
again,
Mr. Secretary?
I think that given what has been done to President Trump and his family, it is impossible for either of us to understand what he has been through.
So you don't think that there's anything wrong with the post saying?
Again, I think that we should all have a little empathy for what has been done to him and his.
Sa sobrang sarap ng bagong Big Arch sauce, mapapaisip ka.
So he goes on to repeat his ignorance. Now, let me, Richard Garris, whom are you speaking to? Whom are you directing that ignorant comment to? Oh, you must be directing it to this ignorant commenter. When I saw it, I was like, wait a minute, I know he cannot be talking to me. Yes, hi, moron, Taj, Oli. Do you know that Mueller received the Purple Heart in Vietnam, among other medals, the Bronze Star? While this idiot is talking about Taj, please like the video on your way out. Thank you very much. Richard Garris, I assume that you were speaking to Taj. Who cares? I care. That's who cares. I care. You don't care? Okay, you don't have to care. But who cares is the person who is doing the story on it. Thus, I care. So let's continue. So you see Scott Besson so in his feelings and hurt about it. Okay, so let's move on. I think there is something else I would like to share with you. Yes, I want to share this with you. Now, we know that 4547 has threatened to attack the Iranian oil fields. Not their oil field. He said has threatened to attack the Iranian nuclear facilities. Their nuclear plants in particular, not the nuclear facility as if they have a facility where they are creating weapons. No, he was talking about attacking their nuclear plants in 48 hours. Let's see how that's 48 hours to Armageddon is what I call this. So let's see how the 48 hours to Armageddon is working out. Let me share this with you. Hold on 1 second. So here is how the 48 hours to Armageddon started. Let's get into this. Iran threatens to completely close the Strait of Hormuz and hit power plants after a Trump ultimatum. Let's get into this story. This is a picture of the Lebanon and Israel war. As Israel is skipping around, striking Lebanon and trying to separate a portion of Lebanon from the rest of Lebanon by blowing up bridges and all of this stuff, even bridges that have the media on them, as I showed you in a report on Friday. The United States and Iran threatened to target critical infrastructure Sunday as the war in the Middle East, now in its fourth week, puts lives and livelihoods at risk throughout the region. Iran and the Strait of Hormuz are crucial to oil and other exports. Now, let's be clear that it's just not oil that comes through the Strait of Hormuz. That is why the prices on a lot of things, especially food, because America, with all of this farmland that is laying decimated, when it's time to plant right now, fertilizer that farmers use to plant their crops. That has gone up between 30 and 70%, depending on which region you live in. And God knows America doesn't supply of fruits and vegetables. They import most of their fruits, vegetables, lemons, limes. They don't have a robust system of supplying Americans with food. Most of the crops that big farmers are growing were corn and soybeans, and your president killed the sales on that because with his tariffs. So your farmers, American farmers, can't even grow that. Additionally, there had been an EPA ban on the chemicals that are in Roundup, the cancer-causing forever chemicals. Forever chemicals means once they are inside of your body, they cannot be taken out of your body. The chemicals that are in that they spray on the fruits and vegetables that they export, the corn, the soybeans, all of these Roundup or weed killer shit that they had taken out of pesticides. Your EPA and your president has allowed unlimited amounts of these chemicals to once again be used on U.S. farms. That pure contact of the farm workers who are spraying these chemicals on your fruits and vegetables, which leach into your drinking water, which have been found to cause people cancer because their drinking water has been has been eroded with these chemicals, and they have started to get cases of cancer in the areas where the drinking water is affected. Your EPA under 4547 has approved them to use however much they want to. Now, the peculiar part about this whole situation is who was celebrating this? Who was celebrating the fact that they had taken these chemicals out of your pesticides? None other than Maha Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The head of your Department of Health and Human Services. That Robert F. Kennedy. That Robert F. Kennedy is by trade an attorney. And you know what? One of the things that he did in his capacity as an attorney, he took the Bayer Corporation. I think that's a German corporation. Bayer, as in Bayer aspirin, as in the same people who put these forever chemicals in Roundup pesticide. He took them to court because of the pesticides, these forever pesticide chemicals that are in Roundup, and he won his case. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was ecstatic that he won the case and that these forever chemicals had to be taken out of these pesticides that they are spraying on fruits and vegetables and are leaching into the environment. But who decided to allow them back in? None other than Trump and his EPA officials. So I don't know why I got so sidelined. Iran said that the Strait of Hormuz, food, which exports oil and other export, food would be another export. So we have to depend on whatever our farmers are not growing. We have to depend upon. Why do you think that they wanted so many people to have the ability to grow gardens in their states? How many different states in the United States that they have made gardening illegal in certain U.S. states? Why? Controlling the population, in my opinion. Iran, to be able to starve you at will is my summation. To be able to starve you at. Why do they make it that farmers cannot reuse their seed from their current farm? My grandparents, they used to do big farming, not corporate farming. They had big gardens, and they used to put away and preserve foods and things like that. They would give away so many fruits and vegetables to the relatives and everything. Just gardening for fun and for subsistence, and knowing that they could feed their extended family. They did that all their lives. But how did they do it all their lives as well? They seeded their own vegetables. They got the seeds from the crops that grew out of the ground, and they got the seeds from those crops. They did not have to go to a corporation every season to buy more seeds. You know how the farmers are forced to always go to buy seeds. They cannot seed their own vegetables from their current yield. No, they must every year. What does that do? That keeps you indebted to a corporation. That makes sure a corporation off the bat is going to get a cut in your fucking yield for the year. So all of this shit that they are making these government regulations on, and is also ensuring that these GMO implanted seeds get implanted into your garden. Yeah, these same GMO seeds is the reason why different countries will not buy U.S. corn and soybeans. So understand, this shit goes way deeper. Now they're affecting the ability for food to be traded into the United States without costing you exorbitant fees and costs. Yes, food is also affected by this Strait of Hormuz being closed. If you did not know, now you know. That's why I'm talking about food. Okay, back to the original story. Iran said that the Strait of Hormuz, crucial to oil and other export, would be completely closed immediately if the U.S. follows up on Donald Trump threat to attack its power plants. Trump late Saturday set a 48-hour deadline to open the strait. So, late Saturday night, your none other than your president told Iran that they had 48 hours to open the Strait or Hormuz. And if they did not do it within 48 hours, they would start bombing Iran's nuclear plants, their nuclear facilities, their nuclear power plant, the power that they use to power their city. And we knew what there was a nuclear facility in Japan that overheated, and it took forever for them to cool off that plant. And now we have all types of strange entities and life forms off the coast of was it Shuka, what was it? Shukahima or something like that. That nuclear plant that melted down. Fukushima, I believe it was. And now we have all of this, these strange ocean bodies that have been mutated because of all of the radiation that spilled into the ocean off of Fukushima. Yes, you remember that. If you that's something that they don't talk about a lot. They don't talk about that a lot at all. So Israeli leaders visited one of two southern communities near the secretive nuclear research site struck by Iranian missiles late Saturday, with sources of people with scores of people wounded. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said it was a miracle no one was killed. You notice how it's always a miracle that with all of these attacks, successful attacks that Iran has inflicted upon the Israel on Israel. Miraculously, I think it was two people. They said that these two people who died, they were really old and they probably couldn't make it to their bomb shelter quick enough. But yeah, understand at the same time that Iran has been telling you that that Israel has been telling you that Iran will be capable of having a nuclear weapon. Understand that all of these 30 some years they have been telling you this about Iran, that Israel has its own nuclear weapons that they never want to talk about themselves, that are not in the UN treaty for their nuclear weapons. Their nuclear weapons are not being properly accounted for. At the same time that they're telling you what Iran is doing in the secret. So you know what Iran also did. Now 4547 says it's the reason for saying that they're going to strike Iranian nuclear facility is if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz. But the fact that what Iran did was they struck this secretive area where it is reported that Israel keep their nuclear weapons. You notice how that's a coincidence? Is that just a coincidence? Is it about the Strait of Hormuz or not? Okay. I think it's more about this. Iran said the Strait of Hormuz is crucial to oil, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Israel leaders visited one of two southern communities near the secretive nuclear research site struck by Iran missiles late Saturday with scores of people wounded. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said it was a miracle no one was killed. Netanyahu claimed Israel and the U.S. were well on their way to achieving their war goals. The aims have ranged from weakening Iran's nuclear program, missile program, and support for armed proxies to enable the Iranian people to overthrow the theocracy. These are all the missions they have told you they were. There has been no sign of an uprising nor an end of the fighting that has shaken the global economy, sent oil prices surging, and endangered some of the world's busiest air corridors. The war, which the U.S. and Israel launched on February 28th, has killed over 2,000 people. The Iranian-backed Hezbollah claimed responsibility for an airstrike that killed a man in northern Israel, while Lebanese President Joseph Owen calls Israel's new target of bridges in the south a prelude to a ground invasion. More weeks of fighting against the Iranian and Hezbollah are expected for us, said Israeli military spokesperson General F.A. Defin. Meanwhile, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates said early Monday that their air defenses were dealing with missile and drone attacks as air raid sirens sounded in Bahrain. Energy and desalination plants are threatened. Desalination plants are critical to the Middle East because the Middle East get their water from the sea, from the ocean that has salt. Desalination plants takes the salt out of the water and makes the water usable to drink. So there are also attacks about Iran has effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz and connects the Persian Gulf to the rest of the world while claiming safe passages for vessels from countries other than the enemy. Roughly one-fifth of the global oil supply passes through it, but attacks on ships have stopped nearly all tanker traffic. No, wait a minute. Hold on. This is not a continuous. Yeah, it is a continuous story. They're talking about Israel's. It's like you attack us, we're gonna attack all of these desalination plants and effectively leave the Middle East without a way to purify their water into drinking water. And how long will a civilization survive without drinking water? It is getting real hairy over there. Iran Parliament Speaker Mohammed Bajir Khalifa Kalabov. Leonard, please excuse me. Okay, Iran Parliament Speaker uh, responded on X that if Iran power plants and its infrastructure are targeted, then vital infrastructure across the region, including energy and desalination facility critical for drinking water in the Gulf nations, would be considered legitimate targets and irreversibly destroyed. Um, he later added that entities that finance the U.S. military budget are legitimate targets. Attacks on power plants would be uninherently indiscriminate and certainly and clearly disproportionate in a war crime. The Iranian U.S. ambassador wrote to the Security Council, according to the state-run IRNA news agency. So the point that he's making is for President Trump to say, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to strike your nuclear facilities. In him just saying that, making that threat to attack their nuclear power plants, much less attacking their nuclear power plant, that is a war crime. Because that would cause for a possible nuclear poisoning of that region. Strikes in Israel and Iran bring new nuclear concerns. Iran said its strikes in the Negev Desert late Saturday were in retaliation for the latest attacks on Iran's main nuclear enrichment sites in Nance, according to state-run media. Tehran praised its attack as a show of strength, even as Israel military asserts that the Iranian missile launches have decreased since the war began. Southern Israel main hospital received at least 175 wounded from Arad and Demora. Now, I said Demora. Demona is the alleged site where Israel nuclear weapons are secured. These are the reports that Demona has been struck by Iran. Deputy Director Roy Kissos told the Associated Press. Israel is widely believed to possess nuclear weapons, though it doesn't confirm or deny their existence. Israel denied responsibility for hitting Natanz on Saturday. The Pentagon declined to comment on the strike at all. The International Atomic Energy Agency has said the bulk of Iran's estimated 972 pounds of enriched uranium, the issue at heart of the tensions, is elsewhere beneath the rubble at its Isfahan facility. You know that facility that 47 struck in June in accordance with Israel and said that they destroyed all of their nuclear facilities. So an International Atomic Energy Agency has said the same thing. So there's that. Let me see. So I wanted to share with you that the America is making threats to. As of Saturday night, America was threatening to strike nuclear sites if they didn't open the Strait of Hormuz. Nuclear strikes. This article will be under nuclear strikes. And the reason I wanted to delve into that is to let you know how serious this war actually is. But since 48 hours to Armageddon was slapped down, you will be surprised what has happened. Taco Trump is at it again. Taco Trump is at it again. Let's get into the Taco Trump of it all. Let me share this with you. Let me share my screen with you. Seems like Trump had a sudden change of heart about the 48 hours or else. Open up the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours or else. It seemed like Trump chickened out once again. You know, it's his nature. You know, they say the nature of some people. It seems the nature of 47 is to be a chicken, as he talks about other people who serve who show courage and strength, he appears to be the weakling. He knows absolutely they are chickens with their head cut off, running around, setting up bombs like some bad children who are out here playing with firecrackers and stuff, not taking any safety precautions. So,
the International Criminal Court, Benjamin Netanyahu has come out to make a desperate appeal seeking help from the world against Iran. It took just wanted by the International Criminal Court, Benjamin Netanyahu has come out to make a desperate appeal seeking help from the world against Iran. It took just 3 weeks for this bloodthirsty terrorist to realize that it was impossible to defeat Iran with his usual tactic, that is, bombing the Islamic Republic indiscriminately and killing innocent people. This human devil's cry for help has come only after Iran retaliated the attack on its nuclear facility at Natanz and targeted the Dimona nuclear plant in the settler colony. This would be the broad focus of my video today. Also in my video, BBC's desperate attempts to bat for Israel, and a CNN video from the 1980s that should be an eye-opener for the deranged occupant of the White House and his war criminal Israeli boss. So please stay tuned. So the butcher of humanity, Benjamin Netanyahu, has made a rare appeal for help against a country who he wants to desperately destroy just to quench his genocidal thirst. Now, this is indeed a rare occurrence. It's not that often that you see a dreaded terrorist who is in the business of mass murder and committing genocide to feel the heat from his enemy. Iran's brutal response has done exactly that. In his excitement to replicate another Gaza or Lebanon, he had managed to get his poodle in the White House, called Donald Trump, to attack another sovereign country on 28th of February. He had thought that his another indiscriminate bombing and slaughtering of innocent civilian children from an elementary school or the assassination of Iran's spiritual leader would make the Islamic Republic capitulate, and this would pave the way for a greater Israel. But this didn't happen. Far from it. Iran responded, and responded in a way this sociopath had never envisaged. So when Israeli terrorists bombed one of Iran's nuclear facilities yesterday, Iran was quick to return the favor to strike an Israeli nuclear facility in Dimona and target the Arad area of the settler colony. Such was the impact of these attacks that this barbarian came out of his hole to play his much maligned victim card. He told Fox News that Iran was targeting civilians in the settler colony, so therefore it posed danger to the world.
If you want proof that Iran endangers the entire world, the last 48 hours have given it. In the last 48 hours, Iran targeted a civilian area. They're doing that as a mass murder weapon. Luckily, no one was killed, but that's due to luck, not their intention. Their intention is to murder civilians. Second, they fired on Jerusalem right next to the holy sites of the three monotheistic faiths, the Western Wall, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And by dint of a miracle, again, none of them were hurt, but they were targeted.
Notice what he did not say. He did not say that that Israel struck on a nuclear facility in Iran first, and then in return, Iran struck where it is reported that Israel has its nuclear weapons. And what is he trying to do right here? He is trying to tell the rest of the world, see, they have the reach to attack you as well. They can reach you. England, they can reach you. The Vatican, you see, they can reach you. See how far their missiles have range? They can reach you. Come join the fight with us. Well, why would they join the fight with you? What fight do they have in this fight that you guys decided? And once again, when you fucking get tagged for an attack that you did on their nuclear facilities, that is supposed to bring out the whole world because you get tagged back at your own nuclear facility, and you're supposed to be, hey, look, everybody, they were able to attack me back. Well, if they got me, they could get you too. Why would they get them too? They didn't attack their nuclear facility. The Vatican didn't attack their nuclear facility. So he's trying to ramp up the whole world. But the thing about the rest of the world, don't have a Donald Trump sitting in their office. They do not have a president who is possibly compromised by Mossad making their military decisions. That's what the rest of the world don't have. They don't have a president that was palling around with Jeffrey Epstein, who was stated to be an agent of Mossad. They don't have a president who was going to Epstein Island on the boat with Jeffrey Epstein, who filmed everything that happened in his home. They don't have presidents and prime ministers who have 13-year-olds saying that they were SA'd by their prime minister or king or prince or president. See, that's what the rest of the world who you're trying to appeal with now do not have. Let's continue.
Targeting the holy sites of the three major monotheistic religions. Third, they fired an intercontinental ballistic missile on Diego Garcia. That's 4,000 kilometers. I've been warning all the time. They have not capacity to reach deep into Europe. They already have fired on a European country, Cyprus. They are putting everyone in their sights. And fourth, they're stopping a maritime international route, energy route, and trying to blackmail the entire world. What more proof do you need that this regime that threatens the entire world has to be stopped?
This baby killer doesn't care about world peace. He's using this opportunity to get the support of his Western allies who have refused to join his genocidal campaign against Iran up until now. And he is not alone. Look at this Israeli chap making a similar appeal. His name is Oren Marmorstein, and he is the spokesperson for the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Come with me. I want to show you something. Look at this. Look at this. This is the face of evil. This is the Iranian regime, ballistic terror. This can now happen in Rome, in Vienna, in Berlin, in Paris.
Look at this. This is a response attack. This can happen in Rome, Paris, Vienna, if they attack them first. Seems like Rome, Paris, and Vienna ought to be more aware that, hey, we better not fuck with people unless we want to get fucked back with. Okay. I'll let you continue.
The only question is whether or not the Iranian regime will push the button. And we know the Iranian regime, and we know that they already pushed it.
He deliberately says this could be Rome, Vienna, or Berlin because he wants these countries to come and join his settler colonies' war of choice against Iran. But he didn't tell you that this has already happened in Gaza, Beirut, and Tehran, thanks to his gang of Israeli monsters. Targeting of civilians is appalling. But people would have been more inclined to show their sympathy to his call if they didn't commit far worse crimes against humanity than what the Iranians are being accused of. You started the war, so you must be prepared to bear the full responsibility for the outcome of your reckless actions. On one hand, devils like Netanyahu are crying for help. On the other hand, Trump is threatening to commit more war crimes against Iran by expressing his desire to destroy power plants. What these monsters do not get is the psyche of the Iranians. Only if they read about the history of Iran and the concept of martyrdom. Something Professor Marandi explains here so eloquently.
Iran has no option but to resist, and they are steadfast. And I think that Iran, the fact that Iran has thousands of years of heritage, and in addition to that, its religious culture, I think, and the role that the grandson of the Prophet Hussein played in fighting the despot of his era in support of the oppressed, that is very deep in the collective psyche of Iranians. That story in Karbala and his sister Zainab. If you come to Iran on the anniversary of his martyrdom in Karbala, it will be it will be a different place than any other day. It's just unique that day. Those 2 days when they celebrate his resistance. And so there's a strong sense of among Iranians of the need to oppose oppression and to support the oppressed. I have no doubt that Trump will fail, but it will come at a heavy price, not just for Iran, but for the world. If he pushes, I think we are heading for a global economic depression, worse than 1929. And who knows? I mean, I think it's beyond anyone's imagination what that means.
Trump and his Israeli masters are feeling the pinch. They have been unable to stop the Iranian retaliation. Their air defense has taken a hit in a way no one ever imagined. They have been unable to end the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz for weeks now. Their war of choice is having its toll on the economy as well. Faced with dire financial costs, Trump is now desperately seeking $200 billion more to fund his genocidal campaign against Iran. But more and more American lawmakers are losing their patience.
Senator Welch? Well, I hope you're right. And you've got a point about how public hearings can also oftentimes turn into a partisan spectacle. But on the matter of war, whoever is our president, whether it was, as it is now, President Trump, or when it was Obama or Biden, if they're asking for $200 billion, they're asking men and women to go into harm's way. They should speak directly to the American people. And frankly, I don't feel satisfied. It's not that I don't feel satisfied, but a secret briefing to me that I can't then share with the people I represent in Vermont, I don't think is fair to Vermonters. So really what I believe is the most important thing is for the president to give his speech and explain his mission. You know, John, you've raised a very good point. Is this short or long term? And it's not clear right now.
Even in the UK, the BBC has begun manufacturing consent for the support to the Americans and Israeli terrorists. Look at this broadcast by Laura Quinsberg today. Just look at the desperate line of questioning by Laura Quinsberg.
This is an on-the-record quote from the Israeli Defense Forces, our allies. The Iranian terrorist regime poses a global threat with missiles that can reach London, Paris, or Berlin. Is that true?
There is no specific assessment that the Iranians are targeting the UK, or even could if they wanted to. We have the finest military in the world. We are perfectly capable of protecting this country and keeping this country safe, whether it's here at home or whether it's our assets and nationals across.
So he clearly answered her question. He clearly answered her question. She is trying to scare with propaganda. What was his answer? There is no clear evidence that any of this is happening. Why would they strike us even if they could have the reach to strike us? We ain't did shit to them. But let her go back in. Let her try to propagandize a little bit more.
The region. Well, you'd need to speak to the Israelis. You know, whatever people might say, the UK is not going to be dragged into this war, but we will take appropriate, collective, defensive action to keep our nationals and our interests safe.
But Secretary of State, everyone watching this morning will want to know, are you saying that it is not true that Iran could hit European capitals, Paris, Berlin, London?
I'm not aware of any assessment at all that they are even trying to target Europe, let alone that they could if they tried. But even if they did, we have the necessary military capability to defend this country, and defending the British national interest is precisely why we're taking part in collective defensive action across the Middle East. But whatever people might say, whatever speculation there might be, this country will not be dragged into this war.
Not just Laura Quinsberg. See another BBC chap, Nick Robinson, grilling Green Party's Jewish leader, Zach Polanski. This should give you some idea about the BBC as an organization playing its part to support a rogue and genocidal settler colony against Iran.
You have become someone very, very critical of Israel. What happened?
One of the big things that happened was I met a group called Breaking the Silence. Now, this is a group of ex-IDF soldiers who are speaking out against the occupation of Palestine. And when I met them, I felt deeply uncomfortable because the things they were saying, I kept questioning or trying to find answers for. And after that meeting, I went away, I listened to more people, I read more. And it's not almost like I instantly became very critical of the Israeli government, but it set me off on a road. And I think Israel's genocide in Gaza, and I know we'll get into a conversation about definitions, but even if you just call it the mass killing of lots of innocent people, I think has demonstrated exactly what they were saying to me.
The word, of course, matters, and I don't want to have a debate about the word, but I do want it noted that no court has said it's genocide, and Israel completely rejects the idea it's genocide. But as you say, you call it mass killing, you also call it
I feel I need to respond, though, that Amnesty International, various human rights organizations, and the UN Special Rapporteur, as well as lots and lots of genocide scholars.
In a sense, I don't want to drag us into a debate about language, but it's only fair to point that out. So you become knowledgeable of, moved by the plight of Palestinians. But you go further than that, you see. The Green Party conference is about to have a vote on a motion called Zionism is Racism. Now, what do you understand Zionism to be? Because I understand it, almost all Jews I know understand it, mean the idea of a safe homeland for Jews. Somewhere that for your relatives, as it happens for mine, is a safe homeland.
Well, I want to answer the question, but I also want to challenge the presupposition of the question, because I think for lots of Jewish people, Zionism means a lot of different things. And of course, for the non-Jewish community too. But let's talk about the Jewish community. There was also polling out in the last couple of months that showed increasingly British Jews are now voting for the Green Party and indeed reform. So I think the kind of mainstream discourse where this is at is often wrong. But let me take it on anyway.
Just so we get to the point, as it were, the point is Zionism, is the belief in a Jewish state racist? Because that's what it says on that motion.
I don't think the idea of a Jewish state is necessarily racist. What I think is happening, though, right now is a certain type of Zionism by Benjamin Netanyahu that I've said I believe is genocidal, so it's clearly racist. I also think the beginnings of Zionism had lots of racial undertones, particularly the Nabka, the displacement of the Palestinians from their homeland. I also think, and this is why definitions...
Nabka is a word used in Arabic usually to describe the fact that hundreds of thousands of people were forced to leave their homes when the State of Israel was created.
Absolutely. I also think, and this is where it gets very complex and nuanced, and I think the conversation about definitions is unhelpful, but I'm still happy to have the conversation, is there were Jewish people or Zionists at that time that I would say weren't racist. We had Bundists, for instance, who described themselves as non-Zionists but socialists. There were also Zionists who believed in the homeland but didn't believe it should be in the Palestinian state. And so I am reluctant to use a word that has so many descriptions and say that it's racist. But
so you'll try and argue against that motion or nuance it?
Well, I think the nuance needs to happen, and that's exactly why I've been talking about, if we're talking about what's happening right now, and I think that's the important conversation.
I mean, at the moment, one of your MPs is supporting a campaign to create what's called an apartheid-free zone in Bristol. And what happens is campaigners go door to door with the support of Carla Denyer, one of your MPs in Bristol, and they ask people to boycott Israeli fruit, goods, purchases of all sorts. Some of those people wear the keffiyeh, the Arabic scarf. They take notes. So whether you agree with them or you don't. I'm sorry to put it bluntly, but how do you think an elderly Jewish woman would feel answering the door to someone and being told, are you in favor of Israel or are you against Israel?
Well, I know lots of elderly Jewish women who hearts are absolutely breaking at what this Israeli government is doing, and they're doing it in our name. Carla Denia doesn't have just my full support, but actually my pride. I think door-to-door
I want to
canvassing...
be personal. How would your mother feel?
Well, I'm not going to answer a personal question.
How would someone like your mother feel?
I think families all the time have very difficult conversations around dinner tables around what the Israeli government are doing in Jewish people's name.
Forgive me, I'm not meaning to interrupt. I'm meaning to get to the point. The point is, these arguments about what words mean, what motions at conferences mean, they're for the birds if you're scared.
Actually, door-to-door canvassing is a perfectly normal model in our political discourse. It's happened for generations. This is not asking Jewish people. It's not specifically targeting Jewish people. It's not asking about Jewish people. It's asking about a genocide that's being conducted in our name.
I will leave you with this archive footage from the CNN on the Iran-Iraq war that lasted 8 years in the 1980s. This war was imposed on Iran as the US funded Iraq, led by Saddam Hussein, to commit all sorts of brutalities against the Iranians. If the Americans couldn't break the Iranians after 8 years of sustained military campaign, then what gives them hope that they would be able to achieve that objective now? Mind you, Iran was a new country then, as the US-backed invasion of Iran had taken place just 1 year after the Islamic Revolution. Now, Iran has had 47 years to prepare for such an eventuality.
Iraqi generals say they come at us like madmen. Iraq thought Iran would be a pushover when it decided to attack in 1980. It was a major blunder. Iraq's invasion generated nationalism in Iran and actually helped Ayatollah Khomeini consolidate his power.
We must continue our struggling against Iraqi government until final victory, and we don't accept any imposed peace.
The Ayatollah turned the conflict into a crusade for God, guaranteeing a place in heaven for those who died in the fight against Iraq. Young boys and old men formed special units and hurled themselves at the enemy, at tanks, on landmines. In one battle, 25,000 Iranian soldiers squared off against Iraqi tanks and artillery. A few hours later, only 250 Iranians were alive. Iran's almost 3-to-1 superiority in population has allowed it to sacrifice people to Iraq's far more numerous guns, tanks, and planes, even its use of chemical weapons.
Now we can mobilize at least 1 million for the front. We can choose the time of attack. It is now that we are attacking and Saddam is in defensive.
The deputy foreign minister said that in February of this year. In March, Iran did attack, launching a massive offensive along the Tigris River. Some units were even able to cross the river, but it turned out to be the same old story. Iran's soldiers fought with rifles and rocket launchers. Air and tank support were practically non-existent. After 1 week, its losses were estimated at over 15,000 in a battle no one won. Iran has the money to buy the weaponry it needs. It is an oil-rich nation, but it doesn't have enough friends to keep it supplied because of fears it will export its fanaticism. Only North Korea, Syria, and Libya are currently helping out. But those countries do not have the spare parts to keep planes and more sophisticated equipment operating. Iraq is getting everything it needs: arms from Egypt and the Soviet Union, financial aid from Saudi Arabia and others, even intelligence information on Iranian troop movements from the U.S. But Iran's manpower and fervor have equalized the odds and allowed it to win back most of the land it lost when Iraq first invaded. Yet Iran has steadfastly refused to talk peace until Iraqi President Saddam Hussein is overthrown or steps down. Iranian leaders do not believe Hussein would honor any negotiated settlement. Khomeini's personal hatred for the Iraqi leader is another factor. When the Ayatollah was exiled from Iran by the Shah in 1964, he went to Iraq. But after living there 14 years, Hussein ordered him out of the country at the request of the Shah. Khomeini has never forgotten, nor forgiven.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Did they win? Did they win? That's, let me take you here. Someone asked, where is it? Hey, Rizzo Fool, it's good to see you. Where is the statement? It's not going to happen tonight. 45, 47 has already said he will not be doing these strikes tonight. Someone asks, where is that question? I can't find it. I can't find it. Isn't that about the BRICS versus the dollar? Now, if you guys are unfamiliar of that 45, 47 has taken all the sanction off the Iranian oil sales, which has given the Iranians a possible profit in the middle of a war. The profit of $14 billion. So there's that. And so how can United States take the sanctions away? The same way that when Iran signed that deal with Obama to allow inspectors in to make sure that they weren't proliferating nuclear weapons. What did Obama also do? He lifted the sanction of the money, the Iranians' own money that was frozen in I think it's called the World Bank, or I think it's called the World Bank, that is stationed in Washington, D.C. They took the sanctions off that money. But you will constantly hear this administration say that Barack Obama gave Iran plane loads of money. No, what Obama did was he released the sanctions on their own money. And yes, that was playing loads of money, but it was their own money. So in releasing the sanctions on Iranian oil in the middle of being in a war with Iran, 45, 47 has released plane loads of money. Since it's how we word it that is effective to some people who don't know anything about history. And let's get into a little more history. Now, we know that Iran has been selling oil to Russia since their Russia oil was sanctioned. And that sanction on Russia oil has also been lifted. So it seems like everybody is making money on their oil. All the sanctions have been lifted. So we do understand that Russia, let me see. B. Who is the B? Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South America have created a trade a corporation of how they would trade all of their services using their own country's denomination called the BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The BRICS. I've been telling you about this for months. Go back. I don't have time. Look it up. They are trading in their own money, and there are many other nations who have joined the BRICS. The BRICS is huge now. They're starting off with those five nations. The BRICS is huge. More people are trading with the BRICS than ever before. And what does your president do? He comes in and he turn more nations against the United States. Canada, who is one of our large trading partners, have decided to trade elsewhere. Mexico have decided to trade elsewhere. These are people in our same hemisphere who have decided that trading with the United States is not worth it because of all the back and forth, up and down tariff costs that 45, 47 want to shift them out of as if he's some mob boss, changing the prices of tariffs. So a lot of countries said, fuck the U.S. We're not trading with you anymore. So what has that caused? 45, 47 actually had the audacity to tell India that they better not buy oil from. I can't remember. Because it would put the American dollar in jeopardy. Nobody gives a fuck about the American dollar anymore. Everybody, they're trading in their own commodities, their own money. And how are they doing this? Because they're stockpiling up on gold. They're no longer stockpiling the U.S. dollars in world banks that can be confiscated at any whim or any moment that the U.S. decides to put sanctions and freeze all of their money, plane loads of money that when they unfreeze 45, 47 tries to tell you that Barack Obama gave them plane loads of money when he just took these sanctions off of their money. The people are tired. Who wants to allow somebody to play games with their money? Who? So let's see what some Middle East people have in common. These Muslim Middle East people. Let's see what Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, and the supreme leader of Iran. Let's see what all of these men had in common. And let's see if you see a correlation of things that have happened to these leaders. Let's check this out. This link will be in my description. This link will be in my description box under the dying dollar. You may be able to see more clearly about what this is really about.
Longtime strongman Muammar Gaddafi has been killed by rebels.
قررت المحكمة الحكم على المدان صدام حسين المجيد بالإعدام شنقا حتى الموت لارتكاب قتل عمد كجريمة.
We are aware that Saddam Hussein absolutely had no weapons of mass destruction. Are we clear on that? Let's continue.
الإنسانية وفق المادة 12 أولا أليف بدلالة المادة.
Israel has confirmed that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed.
History is full of powerful leaders who ruled their countries for decades. But sometimes something strange.
We are clear that Khamenei was against having nuclear weapons. He is the supreme religious leader, and one of the things that he wanted to make sure is that he was pro-life. The thing that these Christian nationalists try to tell you. So Khamenei was so pro-life that he did not believe in having the ability to attack people with nuclear weapons. But they want you to believe Benjamin Netanyahu, who had created a whole genocide in Palestine. We're going to ignore everything that Benjamin Netanyahu do as he hide his own nuclear weapons and don't report his nuclear weapons or say if he does or does not have nuclear weapons. Let's get into all of this. And now we're at war with someone on Netanyahu's word for it. Let's go.
Change happens. A leader makes a decision that challenges the way global power normally works. At first, nothing dramatic happens. The speeches continue. The government still stands. Life seems normal. But slowly, the pressure begins. Sanctions appear. Diplomatic isolation grows. Military tension rises. Then suddenly, everything collapses. The leader is gone. When people look at these moments individually, they seem like completely separate stories. Libya in 2011, Iraq in 2003, Iran decades later. Different countries, different leaders, different conflicts. But when you place those stories side by side, a strange pattern appears. Muammar Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, and Ali Khamenei. All of them eventually made the same geopolitical move. And after that moment, their fate changed dramatically. So the real question is not simply how these leaders died. The real question is, what was the one thing they all did that placed them on the same dangerous path? Let's find out. And international alliances, power works. Countries trade through established financial, but sometimes that decision changes everything. In global politics, there are unwritten rules about how power works. Countries trade through established financial systems, energy markets operate within familiar structures, and international alliances maintain a balance that has existed for decades. Most governments learn to operate within those boundaries. They negotiate, they compete, but they rarely try to change the system itself. Because changing the system is a very different move from simply participating in it. Think of it like a giant marketplace, where everyone agrees to the same currency, the same trading routes, and the same banking network. As long as countries operate inside that marketplace, disagreements can usually be managed. But the moment someone suggests building a completely new marketplace outside it, the situation becomes unpredictable. That is the type of moment that appeared in Libya during the late 2000s. Muammar Gaddafi had ruled the country for decades and had already survived years of diplomatic isolation earlier in his career. By that time, Libya had re-entered international politics, and many believed the era of confrontation was fading. But Gaddafi was beginning to speak about something that went far beyond Libya.
My mission is to encourage my brothers and wake up the African peoples to unify our continent, Africa.
Africa. He argued that the continent possessed immense wealth, oil reserves, mineral deposits, agricultural land, and one of the youngest populations on Earth. Yet when those resources entered global trade, the systems used to manage them were often controlled elsewhere. To him, that imbalance made little sense. So he began promoting a controversial idea. African countries should begin building their own financial structures capable of handling trade without relying entirely on external systems. The concept was simple but powerful. If a continent rich in resources controlled the financial tools used to trade those resources, it could reshape the balance of economic influence. Supporters saw the idea as a step towards sovereignty. Critics warned that altering the architecture of global finance could trigger serious geopolitical reactions. At the time, the debate sounded like an abstract economic discussion. But history would soon show that it was much more than that. Because Libya was not the only place where a leader had begun challenging one of the foundations of the global system. Years earlier, another government had already taken a step that targeted something even more sensitive: the world's most important commodity, oil. Oil has always been more than just fuel. It is the foundation of the modern global economy. From airplanes crossing continents to factories producing everyday goods, energy flows through almost every system that keeps the world running. Because of that, the way oil is traded has enormous geopolitical importance. For decades, most global oil transactions followed the same structure. Buyers and sellers operated within a well-established financial framework that allowed energy markets to remain predictable and stable. That system became so normal that most people never questioned it. It was simply the way things worked. But in the late 1990s and early 2000s, Iraq began exploring something that analysts quietly noticed. The government of Saddam Hussein started considering selling its oil using currencies other than the one traditionally used in global energy markets. At first glance, that might sound like a technical detail. But in international economics, small technical details can reshape enormous systems. Imagine a major international airport suddenly announcing that every airline must now use a completely different navigation system than the one used everywhere else. Pilots, aircraft manufacturers, and air traffic controllers would all have to adjust. The entire network would feel the change. Energy markets operate similarly. Because oil is traded in such massive volumes, even small adjustments in how transactions are conducted can ripple through banking systems, commodity exchanges, and international reserves. When Iraq began exploring alternatives, it caught the attention of financial analysts.
Don't we have AI? Couldn't AI easily make these banking conversions and keep everything going smoothly? No, but AI is going to take all of your jobs. You notice that? How AI couldn't make this easy peasy? No, they need your jobs. Because the world is not yours anymore. It belongs to the billionaire and who they choose. It's the playground of the billionaire.
Analysts and policymakers around the world. But Iraq was not operating in a calm environment. The country had already spent years under sanctions and diplomatic pressure following earlier regional conflicts. Tensions between Baghdad and Western governments were already high, and debates about security threats dominated international discussions. In that atmosphere, every move made by the Iraqi government carried geopolitical weight. By the early 2000s, relations had deteriorated dramatically. In 2003, a military coalition led by the United States launched a large-scale invasion of Iraq, citing security concerns and alleged weapons programs. The Iraqi government collapsed quickly as coalition forces moved through the country. Later that year, Saddam Hussein was captured. Within a few years, he was tried by an Iraqi court and executed. For many observers, the fall of Iraq's leadership appeared to close another chapter of confrontation between a government and the existing global order. But the pattern was still incomplete, because years later, another nation would attempt to pursue independence in an entirely different arena. Not finance, not oil markets, but technology and strategic power. And that path would lead to one of the longest geopolitical standoffs of the modern era. So how did Ali Khamenei approach independence in a way that triggered an entirely new kind of global tension? While Libya focused on financial influence and Iraq's decisions touched energy markets, Iran approached independence from a completely different direction. Technology. For years, Iranian leadership argued that a nation surrounded by geopolitical tension could not rely entirely on outside powers for its security or economic survival. Instead, the country began investing heavily in domestic scientific research, defense industries, and strategic technology. Factories expanded. Universities increased technical programs. Engineers and scientists worked on systems designed to strengthen national capabilities. One area received particular attention: nuclear technology. Officially, Iranian leaders insisted that their nuclear program was meant for civilian energy production and scientific development. They pointed to the country's growing population and future energy needs as justification for building nuclear infrastructure. But outside the country, many governments saw the situation very differently. They feared that nuclear research could eventually produce weapons capability, dramatically changing the balance of power in the region. Because of that fear, the Iranian program became one of the most closely watched technological efforts in the world. International negotiations began. Economic sanctions followed. Agreements were signed, suspended, renegotiated, and sometimes abandoned entirely. For years, the situation resembled a prolonged standoff. Imagine two rival companies competing in the same industry. One begins developing a breakthrough technology that could shift the entire market. The other responds with lawsuits, regulatory pressure, and restrictions designed to slow that development. Neither side backs down. The tension simply continues building. That was the environment surrounding Iran's technological ambitions. Every advancement triggered new debates in diplomatic circles. Every negotiation carried enormous stakes for global security. But the confrontation did not remain limited to negotiations and economic pressure. Regional conflicts, shifting alliances, and rising tensions eventually pushed the situation toward a more dangerous phase. Military incidents began occurring across the region, and international observers warned that the fragile balance could break at any moment. Then, during a dramatic escalation in 2026, the crisis reached a turning point. According to the resources, Iran's supreme leader was killed during the conflict, sending shockwaves across international politics and raising fears of a much wider confrontation. Now, three separate stories had reached their climactic moments. Libya's financial vision ended with the fall of its government. Iraq's challenge to energy systems ended with the invasion and regime collapse. And Iran's pursuit of strategic technology ended in a devastating geopolitical escalation. These are not the only cause, yet a very important one. But when historians examine these three stories together, another question inevitably emerges. If each leader challenged a different pillar of the global system, why did their paths eventually lead to such similar endings? Let's pause for a second to say, big thank you to the
To find out the answer to that question, you are going to have to visit my description box. The link is, I'll drop the link in the chat as well. To find out the burning answer to this question. Let me drop this link it is in my description box. In the description box of changing the system is deadly. And I'm going to drop it in the chat as well. Right here is the link, just in case. Now, I want to share with you one more thing about the decline of the dollar, the end of an era. You know, many empires are on top and then they're not. Let me share this with you. Here we go. This will be under the same link as I just, under the same title. This link that I'm about to share with you now is under changing the system is deadly. Let me share this with you.
Very productive talks that could lead to what he called. President Trump announced today that the U.S. and Iran have had, quote, very productive talks that could lead to what he called, quote, the complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East.
Now, the question is, who did President Trump say that he had these talks with? Because if you remember, if it was not Friday, I believe it was Thursday. If it wasn't Friday, he said that they have killed the supreme leader. They don't know where his son is. They have killed other people who were under the supreme leader. So if he wanted to talk, he didn't know who he would be talking to. And then he goes on to Saturday night and saying that he's going to give them a 48-hour memorandum to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And when they come back and unilaterally mock him, there was one representative that came on this stage and they told them they're not opening up shit. And he mocked 45-47 and said, "You're fired." And he also trolled him saying, you know how he says, "Thank for your attention to this matter." President Donald J. Trump, they told him that he was fired and thanks for his attention to that matter. So now, all of a sudden, after 48 hours are up, all of a sudden, he comes out and tells you that he has been in talks with the Iranian, and therefore they have put off the attack on Iran for allegedly 5 days. But who was he in these talks with? I'm curious to know, who the fuck is he saying he's talking to in Iran? Let's find out.
Social media post, Trump said he had instructed the Pentagon to postpone all airstrikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. Over the weekend, Trump had threatened to bomb power plants in Iran beginning today if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. Iran responded to Trump's earlier threat by warning it would retaliate by destroying essential infrastructure, including water systems across the region. A spokesman for Iran's Ministry of Health wrote on social media, quote, "As a doctor, I warn the organizers of the imposed war against Iran that attacking the infrastructure of my country, including water and electricity, means the indirect killing of thousands of innocent people lying on Iranian hospital beds."
Iran's de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz has created the world's biggest energy crisis in decades, as shipments of oil, natural gas, fertilizer have been drastically curtailed. A fifth of the world's oil supply transits through the strait. For more on the U.S. and Israel war on Iran and the significance of the Strait of Hormuz, we're joined now by Alfred McCoy, professor of history at University.
I want to know who he spoke with. I want to know who he spoke with. Since he's alleging that he spoke with someone in Iran, I don't know how this is going to go. Let's see how this is going to go.
University of Wisconsin-Madison. His most recent
Oh my God. Don't do that. Hold on 1 second. I don't know.
Particularly your focus on the Strait of Hormuz, why you talk about imperial decline.
Sure, Amy. In this wide world, there are only 7 major maritime choke points. 2 of them lie in the Middle East, the Suez Canal and the Straits of Hormuz. So let's look at what happened in the Suez Canal. Back in 1956, the president of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, nationalized the Suez Canal, which up to that time had been British property. And the British government was so outraged under Sir Anthony Eden that they conspired with the French and the Israelis and mounted a major attack on Egypt. And in the first week of war, an armada of 6 French and British aircraft carriers seemed to be achieving almost total victory. They shot down about 100 Egyptian aircraft. They destroyed the Egyptian Air Force. And in the sands of the Sinai.
I apologize. Let's get to... I apologize. I pulled up the wrong video. Let's get to my question. Who the fuck is 4547 saying he's talked to, thus he's pulling off his Armageddon strikes on nuclear power plants in Iran since they have not reopened the Strait of Hormuz, and they said we're not going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see what Iran has to say about the lie that your president is saying that he talked to someone in Iran and they have had good talks, and therefore he has delayed his strikes, even though the Strait of Hormuz is staying closed.
We're continuing to look at the U.S. and Israel, the unprovoked U.S. and Israel war on Iran. Earlier today, President Trump claimed the U.S. had a very good and productive conversations with Iran.
I have to rewind this. Hold on. I apologize.
We're continuing to look at the U.S. and Israel, the unprovoked U.S. and Israel war on Iran. Earlier today, President Trump claimed the U.S. had a very good and productive conversations with Iran to end hostilities, but Iran claims there are no direct or indirect talks with the U.S. We turn now to look at how Europe has responded to the war. On Friday, President Trump denounced NATO allies as, quote, cowards for not joining the war and for not helping to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
On Sunday, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said that 22 countries, including many NATO members, are coordinating efforts to reopen navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, but he offered few details on the plan. He spoke on Fox.
There are no direct or indirect talks with 4547, says Iran. None. He's blustering a lot of bullshit because he don't know what's going on. So a lot of people have rushed in and said, "Fool, are you crazy? Do you understand if what would happen if they start attacking us because you have attacked their nuclear power plant. Let's see what the preparedness they had to try to shore up after they made that announcement. Let's see what they had to try to shore up in the Marco Rubio bullshit ass State Department after they said that they would be striking nuclear plants in Iran. Let me share this with you. Here we go. You know it's bad when Hollywood Unlocked is doing actual national news. You know that we must be in trouble in this nation. That the site Hollywood Unlocked is quoting the Huffington Post. Okay. After Iran issued a chilling threat warning that worldwide recreational areas and tourist destinations will no longer be safe for its enemies, President 4547 not only deployed more troops, but now the U.S. State Department, led by the brown-nosing Marco Rubio, has issued an advisory to Americans abroad. And I believe that the advisory is also aimed at Americans at home, but they want to pretend as if it's not. As previously shared on Friday, March 20th, Iran top military spokesperson warned that luxury resorts and tourist sites worldwide will no longer be safe for its nation's enemies. I think that would include America. According to the Daily Mail, Shariki told Iranian state television, from now on, based on the information we have about you, even park, recreation areas, and tourist destinations anywhere in the world will no longer be safe for you. The threat not arrived at peaks. The threat did arrive at peak spring break when millions of United States students are heading off to tourist hotspots nationwide and globally, but it serves as a renewed concern that Iran may revert back to employing pressure, including militant attacks beyond its region in the Middle East. Let me see. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security. So we know that there's no movement on that because the FBI and Homeland Security is talking about being in your airports. Okay. The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security had already began placing their counterterrorism operations. How can they be doing that when the counterterrorism guy, the lead of counterterrorism, just resigned in protest to us being in this war? Okay, see, this is why you can't trust your government. The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, who I showed you earlier, who's talking about going into the airports and doing a TSA work, and they can't tell you how they're going to even do TSA work, and you're supposed to trust these bumbling idiots to secure your homeland from terrorist attacks. Security and already began placing their counterterrorism operatives on high alert. High alert that the head of counterterrorism left because protests against Iran, the strikes on Iran, that you are supposed to be on high alert because they are going to strike in the homeland as the head of the FBI, the same FBI that fired all the counterterrorism people who are expert in studying Iran because of this retribution that they had the audacity to follow the orders that they were given to do investigations into Trump when Trump was not in office, but their bosses had the audacity to make them do their job, and their job was to investigate different areas of the Trump bullshit and illegalities. Are you serious? So these are the people who are going to protect you after they fired the specialist into Iran. So these are the people who they want to give a fucking message out to you that you're safe. We got FBI all over it. Okay. Okay, update. The U.S. Department of State advised Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution after Iran threatens to attack in Middle East and abroad. And America would be abroad. Not the kind of abroads that 45, 47 is used to just grabbing them by the Uzi. I think abroad means all over the world in this case. So what else? We have a travel guide from the Department of State. Worldwide caution. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide and especially in the Middle East to exercise increased caution. Americans abroad should follow the guidance and security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. Periodic airspace closures may cause travel disruptions. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. Groups supporters of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or locations associated with the United States and or Americans throughout the world. Enroll at stepstate.gov to receive the latest security alerts and follow the U.S. Department of State security updates for U.S. citizens channel on WhatsApp or travel.gov on X when planning travel. Carefully read the travel advisory and detailed information for your destination and any recent alerts. Travel.state.gov. A whole lot of warnings. Here's another one. Worldwide caution security alert. Travelstate.org. Yeah, that basically says the same thing. Let's see what this trick is talking about on his live social. Now, with the death of Iran, the greatest enemy America has is the radical left, highly incompetent Democrat Party. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President DJT, that happens on yesterday. Yesterday at 8 in the morning. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Straits of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate the various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President DJ Trump. The United States has been blown. United States has blown off. Wait a minute. The United States has blown Iran off the map. And yet their lightweight analyst David Sanger says that I haven't met my own goals. Yes, I have. And weeks ahead of schedule. Their leadership is gone. Their Navy and Air Force are dead. They have absolutely no defense. And they want to make a deal. A deal with whom? A deal with whom? Who wants to make this deal? Who is they? As my mom always says, don't come telling me about no they. Who is they? Put a name on it. Who is they? And they want to make a deal. I don't. We are weeks ahead of schedule, just like their incompetent election coverage of me. The failing New York Times always gets it wrong. President DTJ. Now, my question is, explain to me exactly why these strikes are, because the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, are not have been pushed back 5 days. Who is this they you are talking about? Iran issues chilling threat, warns worldwide recreation alerts. Let's see how it's being reported in the media.
U.S. and Israeli strikes on its manufacturing plants. The Pentagon now requesting an additional $200 billion to fund the war. That price tag would need congressional approval. Iran is threatening tourism sites worldwide as global travel ramps up for a busy spring season. The regime also says it is still making missiles despite 3 weeks of heavy U.S. and Israeli strikes on its manufacturing plants. The Pentagon now requesting an additional $200 billion to fund the...
The war that America and Israel launched on Iran is just about ready to end its third week, and it shows no signs of slowing down. And in fact, it's intensifying. We're seeing continued attacks on energy infrastructure across the Gulf Arab states. Today, we saw an oil refinery in Kuwait get hit repeatedly by drones. Meanwhile, we're continuing to hear more threats from Iran itself. The top military spokesman there went out and issued a statement warning that Iran's enemies would not be safe on beaches or recreational areas anywhere around the world. This is a threat that analysts have been warning about, that Iran could return to using militant attacks abroad in areas anywhere in the world to try to build the ballistic missiles it's using to target Israel and the wider Middle East. But that spokesman was later killed in a morning airstrike, showing just how Israel is continuing to target top officials within Iran's theocracy, trying to weaken it, trying to weaken those also who are in forces that suppress nationwide protests. Back in January, we heard another statement from the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, today, but again, he did not appear in a photograph or a video, continuing to raise speculation about his condition after the Israelis and the Americans have said he likely has been wounded in this war. Build the ballistic missiles it's using to target Israel and the White.
On President Trump declaring victory in Iran tonight, even as Iran continues strikes on other countries in the Gulf region and the U.S. deploys Marines to the Middle East. Our D.C. Bureau Chief Ben Kennedy is live in Washington with much more. Ben.
In Qatar, with the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway used to transport oil, still essentially closed.
NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage.
President Trump called U.S. allies cowards for not sending warships to the strait. A request he pressed on Japan's prime minister during their meeting in the Oval Office on Thursday. As Iran's new supreme leader, Khamenei, issued a statement on Friday claiming their enemies are being defeated, but the White House disagrees.
We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait.
Now, President Trump said the U.S. does not use the Strait of Hormuz. It is asking nations that do to guard and police it. In Qatar, with the Strait of...
Yes, the U.S. Definitely need things that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. Also note that the Houthis have not... covered that closed that little strait that they had closed during when Keg Breath and company went over there and made those illegal strikes against the Houthis over in the I think it's the Red Sea, where they lost 2 aircraft carriers on the back of they lost 2 airplanes off of the back of aircraft carriers because the aircraft carrier ship had to cut and run so quickly that $100 million worth of plane slid off the deck into the ocean. They don't want to talk about all these little small little problems that the Keg Breath military has run up against. They lost 2 $100 million jets in the ocean. Now, the Houthis have allowed that strait to remain open. Now, understand that it is reported that the Houthis are working with the Iranians, and the reason why the Houthis had been closing that strait is because they were trying to prevent ships that were supplying things to Israel from getting through because they were against the genocide that was going on in Palestine. So this is why they have taken a stand up against the things that they don't like about Israel. So a lot of people are wondering, well, surely they would be back at it since Israel is up to things again. But they think that the Houthis are actually just holding off until giving the word to go ahead and strike at Israel once again. So let's get into this again. Let me share this with you.
Fox News Sunday.
I know the president was angry because he feels that European and other allies have been too slow. The good news here is that since Thursday, a group of 22 countries, most of them from NATO, but also Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, the UAE and Bahrain, most of the other countries from NATO, coming together to implement his vision of making sure that the Strait of Hormuz is free, is opening up as soon as that is possible.
We go now to Rome, where we're joined by Natalie Tacci. She's a professor of practice at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, Europe, and a senior fellow at Bocconi University's Institute for European Policymaking. She's also a Guardian Europe columnist. Her recent piece headlined, "Europe's reaction to Trump's war on Iran is a disaster for Europe itself." Professor Tacci, thanks so much for being with us. Why? Explain why you see it as a disaster and the response of the European countries.
Well, thanks so much for having me on the show. I think it's a disaster, not actually for the typical reason why Europeans are a disaster, that is, that they are divided. Actually, this has been a war on which actually Europeans have not been too divided. I mean, inevitably, there are always going to be differences and nuances between one country and another. But all in all, basically, most European countries, with a few exceptions, like Spain and Norway and Slovenia, so not exactly core, if you like, European members, most other European countries have been united in their ambiguity. They have neither condemned the illegal US-Israeli attack on Iran, nor have they supported it. They have basically said, no, we're not going to be involved in a war. But many of these countries have actually allowed the US to use military bases based in their countries. So essentially, what you're ending up seeing is an ambiguous European response. And the reason why I personally consider it to be disastrous is that it's basically countering what, in principle, Europe should be for. I mean, you know, we were the ones that were for multilateralism, for international law. And that ambiguity is basically another nail in the coffin of our credibility, our European credibility when it comes precisely to those norms.
But there's also been more vocal opposition, not just from a left-wing government such as in Spain, but in Italy itself. Could you talk about the Italian government's response to this war?
So I don't think actually that it's been opposition at all. And this is why I come to why I find it so disturbing. What my Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has said has been what Israel and the United States have done violates international law. Good. Yeah, fine. Yeah, we agree. But she didn't follow it with the next sentence of basically saying, and therefore we condemn it. In fact, she followed it with the next sentence saying, we neither condone nor condemn. Now, to me, that is actually even worse than denying the violation of international law, right? Because if what you're saying is, I recognize that there is a violation, but actually I don't think there's anything wrong with it, essentially what you're doing is you're unrecognizing the norm itself. So in a weird kind of way, I actually find it even more disturbing than, in a sense, the hypocrisy of denying that this is actually taking place.
Well, meanwhile, the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has unequivocally done announced the U.S. is
Okay, that link is in the description box under NATO is where. So it's Monday. We giving ICE a little time to snake through our airports. Let's see what's going on with ICE in our airports, shall we? Let's see how it's going with ICE in our airports. Let's get into this.
Are endangering the USA by holding back the money that was long ago agreed to with signed and sealed contract agents who have stayed on the job. Trump took to Truth Social on Sunday morning to make the announcement as travelers at airports such as New York's LaGuardia face winding airport lines that snake through rooms and to the parking lot. Quote, on Monday, ICE will be going to airports to help our wonderful TSA agents who have stayed on the job, despite the fact that radical left Democrats who are only focused on protecting hardline criminals who have entered our country illegally are endangering the USA by holding back the money that was long ago agreed to with signed and sealed contracts and all. But watch, no matter how great a job ICE does, the lunatics leading the incompetent Dems will be highly critical of their work. They will do a fantastic job. The great Tom Homan is in charge. Now, again, Donald Trump's government shutdown has created these delays. As a matter of fact, bombshell reporting from just this morning has confirmed that it was Trump who sabotaged any sort of deal between Democrats and Republicans by telling Republicans, nope, not unless they pass the SAVE Act, which is a voter suppression bill. We will not make any deal to resolve this government shutdown. So more on that later. Then, because Trump knows that ICE is wildly unpopular and that immigration is no longer a successful issue for him and that most Americans wildly disapprove of his immigration policy, because ICE and Border Patrol murdered 2 American citizens, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, Trump had the moment of sanity and was like, oh shit, if I'm going to send ICE to airports, they need to take off their masks. So he followed it up with an order to take off their masks, right? He says, quote, I'm a big proponent of ICE wearing masks as they search for and are forced to deal with hardened criminals, many of whom were let into our country by sleepy Joe Biden and his wonderful border czar, Kamala. She never even went to the border. Through their absolutely insane open border policy. I would greatly appreciate, however, no masks when helping our country out of the Democrat-caused mess at the airports. Thank you. Again, it's because Trump knows that masks violate both the text and the spirit of American law enforcement, and it's already looking bad when they're patrolling American streets. It's going to look even worse when they're in airports. But here's what's interesting. Footage is going viral of ICE agents violating Trump's order. They're either disobeying him or he secretly ordered them not to follow through with his order. Either way, we have footage of ICE agents wearing masks at American airports.
Good morning from a very busy and crowded Atlanta International Airport. It took me about an hour to get through TSA today, but that was only because of a very kind TSA clear agent. There's ICE right there. There they are. There you go. There's one, and then there's 2. I was going to say I didn't see ICE agents here, but there they are.
Wearing masks, both of them, okay? So again, either Trump rescinded his order and gave a secret other order, like, hey, just ignore me, go ahead and wear masks, or they're just openly violating the sitting president's order not to wear masks. Either way, it's not good. And you might think, okay, well, that's bad. But, I mean, if that's the extent...
Well, fuck it. They violated every other order. Why not violate every order instead of every other one?
Of it, surely. Well, unfortunately, no. That's not the extent of it. Other footage is going viral. This one from longtime, first time, reporting ICE detained mother at airport traveling with young daughter. First reported kidnapping at airport since Trump ordered ICE agents to report, refused to show ID. Quote, I don't know who you are. You could be someone kidnapping her. Agents continue to refuse to show ID until bystanders agree they should call the police to report a kidnapping. Incident occurred at San Francisco International Airport on March 22nd at 10 p.m., so right before Monday morning. Additional raw footage from New Angle. The woman is a U.S. citizen traveling with her young daughter, according to a witness who filmed the video. She could not prove her citizenship to the satisfaction of the agents and was violently taken into ICE custody. So let's take a look at this footage.
What's your name? Can show the badge. Where's a badge?
Where's your badge?
Can someone call 911? Where's your badge? Can I see? Let me see your badge. Okay. No, can I see your badge? I don't know.
Right here, and no badge is shown. Right here.
If that's legitimate. Can I see your badge number, sir? What is your name? What is your name? Where's your badge number? I'm asking for your badge number, sir. What is your badge number? What is your badge number? We need to see your badge number. Show your badge number. This is an illegal arrest. Show the badge number.
It's okay. We'll wait.
I need to see your badge number.
Step back.
I don't know who you are. You could be someone kidnapping her.
You're alone. Fucking, what are you doing? Leave her alone. What the hell are you doing?
I hope you're so fucking proud of yourselves, you fucking assholes. You're on video now, too. Yeah. Shame on you. You fucking un-American pieces of shit. Fuck you.
Leave her alone! Fucking what are you doing?
So yeah, this footage is going viral in addition to the footage of masked ICE agents, again, potentially flouting Trump.
It was quite interesting to see this underage minor, a real young underage minor, standing in the background, who was going to take care of this child that they had standing in the background in tears. I'm very curious.
This is an illegal arrest. Show the badge number.
It's okay. Go wait.
I need to see your badge number.
Step back. Step back.
I don't know who you are. You could be someone.
This child, who is preventing someone from just walking up behind this child and snatching this child and walking away with this crying child as they have their back turned to this child as they try to get this woman? Who is taking care of this child back here?
Her alone! Fucking what are you doing?
Okay, the ignorance has already started. Let's see what these comments are about.
Politico. She's a Politico playbook journalist, a conservative. She reported on this before these incidents occurred. She said, if Trump thought dispatching ICE agents to airports would force Dems to blink in the never-ending DHS shutdown standoff, he's in for a rude awakening. I checked in with a bunch of Democratic lawmakers and top staffers yesterday. The response wasn't just unfazed. At times, it was downright giddy. The way they see it, Trump's move screams desperation, and the White House fears getting blamed. They're thinking, if the White House is this rattled, Dems can squeeze even harder. Some are even betting Republicans will cave as soon as this week. Quote,
so exactly how do you know what someone is thinking? They're thinking, and how did you come a part of the ability to understand and tell me what some Democrats, plural, are thinking, bitch?
Great, do it, one senior Democratic official said to me. Quote, let's fuck around and find out, end quote. Another predicted the optics would be disastrous for Trump. Quote, armed agents at airports will crush tourism and freak people out, end quote. A third couldn't resist a jab. Quote, can they please show up in masks? Now, as heartless as this may seem, the spirit behind it, which is that Trump is making a disastrous political mistake, is absolutely true. This does seem to be setting the stage for a total catastrophe for Donald Trump's approval on immigration and on ICE and ICE's approval rating as well. Again, if you look at ICE airport footages going viral of ICE agents, again, wearing masks and violently assaulting passengers, this isn't good. It's just not good. And it's not good for Trump or ICE as well if they want to salvage their reputation in the eyes of the American people.
There you go. I'm going to drop this link in my chat. I think that's all that I have to talk to you about. It's also in my description box as well. Hey, S. Hutchison, it is good to see you. I dropped that in the chat. It is also in my description box. Working 9 to 5. Exactly whom are you speaking with? Exactly whom is the moron who is talking about a bill that defunds anyone? Are you unable to follow the actual topic that is being spoken about because possibly you are the moron? Hey, moron, hit the like button on your way out, you moron. How about that? Deport them all. Deport who all? Deport American citizens? Deport an American citizen? Is that what you're saying? Deport them all? Why don't you guys deport yourselves back to Europe if you want them all deported? Deport yourself back to Europe. We're waiting. I concur. I definitely concur with you on that. Exactly. If Republicans actually cared about TSA, they would vote for the funding bill, the standalone uh, funding bill that will uh, supply a TSA with their funding to pay TSA. But no, Republicans will not call for a vote on a standalone bill to pay TSA agents. No, just like they want to actually have all the fanfare of ICE agents being in airports, ruining the whole reputation of the United States, embarrassing us with these ghouls out here grabbing on women, laying on top of women, snatching their hands as their 5 or 6 year old stands alone, unprotected in a crowded airport where she could be snatched up. Oh, they want that to be the reputation of the United States. So I concur. Excuse me, JS, please do not curse in my chat. I understand your sentiment, but I don't like people cursing in my chat. And I'm sure you and your parents were passed around like butter as well. I don't know of anybody who passes around butter. Even though the Democrats put up a bill that just funds TSA by itself, yet Republicans refuse because it doesn't have their extra pork in it. Why don't you be honest? I concur. I assume you're not talking about me. I assume you're talking to the jackass who is talking about how many bills that have gone unfurnished. They don't want to. They do not want to finance this bill. They have no problem with the reputation of America being trashed, much like their president. Now, let's see what else is going on in the airport. Just in case you didn't hear about this last thing that is going on in the airport, there has been I don't know if, now we were talking about air traffic controllers in the beginning of this presidency. I wonder if they have filled all the air traffic controller spots. Remember, they wanted to get DEI out of air traffic controllers. So, and that they were, Doge was trying to fire more air traffic controllers at the point where they really needed air traffic controllers. I don't know what the status is on the air traffic controllers, but let's see how the bright ideas about how getting rid of air traffic controllers has worked out for them. Let me share this with you.
To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In a social media post, President Trump said this morning he's instructed the Pentagon to postpone all airstrikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, claiming on Truth Social that Iran and the U.S. have had, quote, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, unquote. This comes after Trump warned Saturday night
not only have they had a strong and productive conversation about our whole entire conflict of peace in the Middle East, not just the Strait of Hormuz, our whole conflict. Well, who did you speak to though? Who did you speak to? You said that there were no living people to speak to. Who did you speak to? And was your whole understanding of the conflict that you're having in the Middle East is the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu came to you and told you that you must strike Iran? Is it your whole understanding is that you're compromised by Netanyahu? Is that your whole understanding that you came to with these unnamed people that you had talks with when you say that you don't even know who is in charge in Iran? and there's that you have killed many layers of their upper people that you don't even know if there's anyone less to talk to, but you done found somebody to talk to. Who? What's the name, sir? I spoke with a prime minister. I spoke with a general. I spoke with whom have you spoken with about all of this?
Would obliterate Iranian power plant resolution of our and power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, claiming on Truth Social that Iran and the U.S. have had, quote, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, unquote. This comes after Trump warned Saturday night he would obliterate Iranian power plants if the Strait of Hormuz was not fully opened within 48 hours. Iran responded by warning it would destroy essential infrastructure, including water systems across the region, if Trump followed through on his threat. In Israel,
aren't you embarrassed how weak this idiot has made America look on top of it? Aren't you embarrassed of all this? Don't think that I don't think that our country is imperfect, but it's the greatest country that I have experienced. But let's keep it 100. Hasn't this a president dulled the light in this country with his rebirthing of racism, of overt racism in this country? Hasn't as he has clawed back the civil rights, as he has clawed back voting rights in this country, hasn't as he has clawed back the expected strength, power, and wisdom that our military guided under and worked under, hasn't he really embarrassed this country and made us look like a bunch of bumbling idiots? When in fact himself and his administration and his voters who are still out here supporting the ignorance that they see on the world stage, aren't they the bumbling idiots? Let's continue.
Nearly 200 people were injured by Iranian strikes on Dimona, home to Israel's main nuclear facility, and the nearby city of Arad Saturday after Israeli air defenses failed to intercept at least 2 ballistic missiles. Iranian state media said the missiles were fired in retaliation for an Israeli attack on an Iranian nuclear facility in Natanz. Iran also launched 2 4,000-kilometer range ballistic missiles at the joint U.S.-British military.
Once again, speaking of the ignorance and the dummies that support this administration, there is no way that I could be racist because I have no power as a black woman to affect any systems in the United States. So if you don't know what racism is, you may want to understand what racism is. Racism is about your color to control other races because you control power structures, you idiot. Hit the like on your way out, please. I appreciate that. Or not. You can hit the dislike. I don't care. But you're gone. Have a good day. Oops. Angelo, I apologize. I deleted the wrong person. I meant to delete this person. Angelo F, I think I deleted you by mistake. I apologize, Angelo. Let me see if I can bring Angelo back. Oh, I may be able to bring Angelo back. Angelo, where are you, Angelo? I may be okay with Angelo being deleted though. Let me see what he said. Don't stop now. Finish what? I may be okay with deleting Angelo. Angelo, what point was proven? Democrats will not allow difference in opinion. Angelo, I deleted you by mistake. I have no qualms about difference in opinion, but I will not be disrespected. I did delete you by mistake.
Base on the
if you're able to come back, you're welcome back.
Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia Saturday. According to the Israeli military, it was the first time Iran had used long-range missiles in the conflict. The Israeli military said Monday it had begun strikes targeting infrastructure in Tehran. Iran, meanwhile, vowed to lay sea mines to block the entire Persian Gulf if its coasts or islands are attacked. This comes as the International Energy Agency announced earlier this month it's releasing 400 million barrels of crude oil, the largest in its history, in order to stabilize global oil prices. On Sunday, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tried to clarify President Trump's shifting messages on the war in an interview with NBC's Meet the Press.
Just to put a fine point on this, though, is the president in the process of winding down this war or escalating the conflict?
Again, they're not mutually exclusive. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate.
Saudi Arabia's ordered Iran's military attaché and 4 embassies.
You know what? Who can? Yeah. As long as you say it with a shitty and grin on your face and try to say the unpleasant things with a smile on your face. What fucking class did you learn that in? You numbnuts. They're not totally inconclusive with each other. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate. Shut up, you fucking moron.
Staff members to leave the kingdom within 24 hours. The Saudi Foreign Ministry declared the 5 officials persona non grata, citing what it called repeated Iranian attacks on Saudi territory. The move follows an Iranian drone strike on the Red Sea port of Yanbu, Saudi Arabia's only remaining oil export outlet after Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz. This comes as the Trump administration's advancing more than $23 billion in weapons sales to the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Jordan without congressional approval. In Lebanon.
They didn't come to Congress and ask for approval for that? Notice?
Israel struck a main bridge linking the south to the rest of Lebanon Sunday. The Israeli military has ordered its troops to destroy all crossings over the Litani River and step up the demolition of homes near the southern border. This comes as Lebanese healthcare workers are accusing Israel of deliberately targeting medical workers in facilities in southern Lebanon. Israel struck at least 128 medical facilities and ambulances across southern Lebanon, killing 40 healthcare workers, according to the Lebanese health ministry.
I'm sure Israel is going to do an investigation and say, oops, we're going to investigate that, and you'll never hear another word from them about it.
Since
like they did in Palestine, of all the hospitals, all the ambulance that they said they didn't have sirens on, but then you find a paramedic buried under the sand where they tried to hide all the ambulance who were en route to answer a call, trying to save lives, and you found them, all the ambulance vehicles and the personnel buried under sand, and then you find a cell phone with their picture of their own demise on the cell phone. And what do you see in the background? You see ambulance vans with their sirens, lights and sirens on. You know, the things that the Israeli told you that they didn't know that they were real ambulance drivers because they had no lights and sirens. And we're going to investigate, and we heard nothing else about. We're not going to hear nothing else about any of this. The same technique that the U.S. has been using in Iraq, targeting schools and hospitals. So, you see what's rubbing off on the American soldier? See the shit that the American soldier is doing out here in the field under the command of a fake Christian nationalist, a whole sycophant who has not agreed that he will not sick the army on you if told to do so by 45, 47. They're out here striking hospitals and elementary girls' schools. That ain't what I wanted you guys to hear.
Israel's war in Lebanon began March 2nd. More than 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes. Over 1,000 people have been killed in Israeli attacks. This is a displaced Lebanese man in the capital, Beirut.
Last night was difficult. Like every night we have here, as soon as it rains, the tents get flooded and the covers get soaked, and we have extreme struggle. Last week, there were 2 storms, and this storm continues for 10 days.
In Gaza, an Israeli airstrike on a police vehicle Sunday killed 3 Palestinians in the Nuseirat refugee camp. Another Palestinian was killed in a separate airstrike on northern Gaza. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers carried out a series of attacks, setting homes and vehicles on fire and wounding several Palestinians over the weekend. On Saturday,
they're still killing people in Palestine. Where does Israel find the time? Where do they find the time? That ain't what I want.
4 ambulances belonging to a Jewish volunteer organization known as Hatzalah in London were torched early Monday in what British Prime Minister Keir Starmer condemned as a, quote, deeply shocking anti-Semitic arson attack, unquote. Security camera
They burned up ambulances. How is that anti-Semitic? Are ambulances people? Everything that happens to Jewish is anti-Semitic. What happened to an eye for an eye? What happened to your ways just disgust me and get out of my neighborhood attacks? What happened to that? Everything is anti-Semitic. Everything has to do with your Jewish religion. How come it doesn't have to do with the state-sponsored terrorism that you inflict on nations all over the world? How come it can't be about how people feel about your politics and the attacks and the genocide and the death and the attack of innocent children that you are doing? How come it's always anti-Semitism if it happens to Jewish people? But everyone else is a terrorist. As Jewish people absolutely do the most abhorrent behavior to innocent children and people all around the Middle East. But anything happened to them is anti-Semitic. Always remember. How come they don't remember when they're doing the same thing to people in 2026 that was done to them in the late 1930s and early 1940s? Since they always want to remember, how come they can't remember what was done to them as they do it to others? I'm just curious. Let's continue.
Footage obtained by CNN shows 3 people wearing masks and all black approaching an ambulance belonging to the Hatzalah Northwest and setting the vehicle on fire. The northern suburb of Golders Green has a large Jewish community, home to several synagogues, dozens of Jewish schools, and other institutions. The flames caused an explosion that shattered windows in nearby buildings. No injuries were reported. In Sudan, at least 64 people were killed, including over a dozen children, in a strike on a hospital in East Darfur Friday. The World Health Organization said some 89 people were also injured and that the hospital will no longer operate. The paramilitary Rapid Support Forces blame the attack on Sudan's military, which the army denies. But the Associated Press reports 2 Sudanese military officials said the strike had originally targeted a police station in the region. The Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, condemned the frequent attacks on medical facilities since Sudan's war broke out nearly 3 years ago. He wrote on social media, quote, "Enough blood has been spilled. Healthcare should never be a target. Peace is the best medicine," unquote. In Cuba, authorities have partially restored electricity after more than 10 million people lost power to their homes and businesses Saturday following another collapse of Cuba's national power grid. It was the second time in a week and the third time this month Cuba suffered a major blackout as the Trump administration's oil blockade worsens Cuba's humanitarian crisis. Critics have condemned the blockade as economic warfare. This is Havana resident Leonie Alberto, who's been forced to cook with firewood during the blackouts.
Life doesn't change. Ultimately, we're stuck in the same rut. We aren't going to move forward. We're just going to stay right here at a standstill. Twice a week, cooking with firewood. It's absolute madness. There's no other way around it. It's just the hand we've been dealt. A solution is unlikely. We've been stuck in the same situation for 60 years. It is not going to change.
Meanwhile, hundreds of delegates from 33 countries and 120 organizations have arrived in Cuba aboard ships carrying humanitarian goods from Mexico. The Nuestra America flotilla brought the food, medicine, solar panels, and other supplies as a direct challenge to the U.S. Collided while landing with a fire.
This is what
40 passengers and crew were injured. Late and solar panels and other supplies.
This is the story that I wanted. The plane that crashed into ambulances on the runway. It said both pilots lost their lives. Let's get into this.
It's a direct challenge to the U.S. embargo of Cuba. Here in New York, a pilot and co-pilot were killed while 40 passengers and crew were injured late Sunday when an Air Canada Express plane collided while landing with a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport. It's the latest in a series of airline disasters under President Trump's second term, including a January 2025 collision near Ronald Reagan National Airport that killed 67 people. Sunday's disaster prompted LaGuardia to shut down until Monday afternoon, at least until 2 p.m. Eastern. More than 400 flights have been canceled. Those disruptions added to travel chaos tied to the partial government shutdown affecting the Department of Homeland Security, which has forced tens of thousands of Transportation Security Administration workers, TSA workers, to go without pay, leading to resignations and high rates of sick leave. On Sunday, President Trump's so-called border czar, Tom Homan, confirmed plans to deploy ICE agents, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents at 14 airports to ease, he said, long security lines. The move comes as Senate Republicans Saturday blocked a Democratic bill seeking to pay TSA workers during the partial shutdown while negotiations to fund DHS continue. In Paterson, New Jersey, city leaders joined family and friends Sunday as they welcomed Palestinian activist Laka Kurdia home.
Okay, so this link is also in the description box. Let me see. I think that's, excuse me. I think that is basically all that I have to share with you guys today. Let me double check that I have not put something aside to share with you guys. I just wanted to give you an update on things that have been happening over the weekend. Let me see, double check to make sure I have not missed any of the content that I kind of wanted to share with you. Okay. Report from Beirut, 1,000 plus are dead, 1 million plus people are displaced from Israeli striking them. The U.S. was puzzled by Iran's ability to target the F-35 jet. Let me see. Black candidate wins Senate primary after her fuck Trump a commercial. What is her name? In Chicago, she had a TV ad that ran, and her ad was "fuck Trump," and she is running for Senate in Chicago to take Dick Durbin's seat. Dick Durbin has been the senator in Chicago for many years. He decided to not run. So let's see a little bit of Juliana Stratton, I believe her name is. I think her name is Juliana Stratton. Let's see a little bit of her political ad that has won her the chance to go up against the Republican in the November election for the Chicago State Senate seat. Here we go. If you are unaware of it, let's get aware of it.
Running for Senate in Illinois, who ran on the F Trump bandwagon. Well, guess what? She won. Here it is.
Trump. Vote Juliana.
Trump. Vote Juliana.
Trump. Vote Juliana.
They said it, not me. I'm Juliana Stratton, and I'm proud to have lived my whole life on the south side of Chicago. I'm not scared of a wannabe dictator. I'm running for Senate to stand up to Donald Trump. I'll abolish ICE and hold Trump accountable for the crimes he's committed, just like they said.
Trump.
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 Vote Juliana.
That's why I approve this message.
She's the victor. Now, put up the picture full mass. She's now the Democratic nominee. Now, dear sister, if you can launch an F. Schumer campaign, we got you. Juliana Stratton.
If you can,
the Democratic nominee.
If you can do a F. Schumer, F. Hakeem Jeffrey campaign, F. Cory Booker campaign, we need to F a whole lot of these non-moving, doing anything for their constituents up out of their seats. So I concur. This link is in the description box. That was a short commercial. There is an extended version to that commercial, but I do not have it. It's in my description box under F Trump. Okay, so let me see if there's anything else that I held on to that I may have wanted to share with you before I leave, because I will not be coming back today, and I may not come back tomorrow. I may come back Wednesday. Oh, yes. We got to talk about Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is going up on trial because there was an instance that Grock was undressing people without their consent. They would put a picture of someone in and they say, oh, hey, well, take off her clothes and have her showing up in a bikini or something inappropriate. And they were also doing it to children. Now, it was not like, Elon Musk was unaware of it because he was reposting some of the comments about children being clothes being taken off of children. So he was well aware of it and did absolutely nothing. Now there is a lawsuit against Elon Musk.
Some news this evening. Donald Trump is declaring victory in Iran again for what appears to be the fifth or sixth time that he has claimed the United States has won. He seems to be looking for an off-ramp again by claiming that he is looking into ways to reduce United States military involvement in the region. But at the same time, the United States is sending thousands of Marines to the region, and there are reports that boots on the ground are actually coming sooner than you think. At the same time, Elon Musk has been found liable for defrauding investors of Tesla prior to the 2022 buyout of the company in an effort to try to make the company less valuable prior to his purchase. Switzerland has banned all arms sale to the United States.
Wrong link. That was him making Tesla less profitable so he could sell it for less and make more money. Elon Musk's Grock AI tool says lapse in safeguard led to lewd images. Grock is facing, let me share this with you. This is the one that I want to share with you about Elon Musk and Grock. His knowledge of what Grock was doing in undressing underage uh, girls and women. Let me share some of these. See if I can find this. I was supposed to share that last week. Okay, here we go. Mother of one of Elon Musk's kids. Okay. Uh, AI chatbot Grock generated sexual or deepfake images of her. Grock AI under fire for generating explicit images of women and children. That's when the story broke 2 months ago. Elon Musk Grock AI tools says lapse in safeguards led to lewd images. That was also 2 months ago. But why did that situation never get fixed immediately when it was found out? Grock facing investigation over digitally undressing women and children. Let's see this news report here, shall
Elon
we?
Musk's AI chatbot Grock has come under fire for digitally declothing numerous women on X. X users have been able to share prompts to Grock thanks to a new edit image feature where they request that the AI chatbot create sexualized images of women, usually without their consent. While the bot rejects prompts for completely nude images, it will accept requests like remove her clothes, put her in a bikini, or splatter glue on her face. UK media watchdog Ofcom said in a statement that it made, quote, urgent contact with Musk over concerns Grock was being used to create AI-generated sexualized images of real women, as well as, quote, sexualized images of children. Princess Kate is among the women reported to have been digitally declothed by Grock. Musk has also asked Grock to generate an image of himself wearing a bikini, referencing the viral trend. The European Commission has condemned this feature of Grock and said it was, quote, seriously looking into this.
So after he found out about it, he had Grock to digitally put himself in a bikini. Is that the guise of trying to say, "Oh well, look, I'll do it to myself"? Grock, can you put me in a bikini? Yeah, because you are a man. Porn addicted rejoice at AI for such things. I wish of the beautiful lady that is in charge of Chicago flips red would run for mayor of Chicago. She got my vote. I wish the beautiful lady that is in charge of Chicago flips red. I don't know who you're talking about. F. Johnson instead. Yay! Dick Durbin or Turban Durbin belongs in prison for crimes against humanity and treason. I know nothing of what you speak of. Can you be more specific, Angelino? Thank you for not hating, even if our perspective is different. Yeah, I just don't like disrespect. I try not to disrespect the chatters in here unless they are disrespectful. And I honestly, um, you know how the chat moves when you're trying to do action and it moved down to you when I was blocking the disrespectful person above you. Okay, let me see what else I can find about beyond the investigation. I believe there is also a lawsuit now. Elon Musk Grok AI sparks outrage over generating sexualized deepfakes. Let me see. Ashley St. Clair has been trying to get attention. I'm not going to give her any attention. Let me see. Uh, Investigations. Elon Musk faces Child P lawsuit. Grok deepfake controversy. Elon Musk under fire. Mother of Elon Musk. She is just like dog shit in a unkept dog park. She's like dog shit. She's all over the place trying to get attention. Elon Musk AI probe by California over California's DOJ over Grock's deepfake explicit images. Da, da, da. Here it is. An actual lawsuit.
Teens sue Musk's XAI over Grock's pornographic images of them. Elon Musk's artificial intelligence company is facing a lawsuit from teenagers who say the company facilitated child pornography by allowing the creation of sexually explicit images of them. The lawsuit against XAI was filed Monday in a federal California court by 3 young women whose images and videos were altered by a Grock user without their knowledge to show them nude or in otherwise overtly sexual ways. Grock is a chatbot developed by XAI and hosted on Musk's social media platform X. XAI did not respond to a request for comment made via its parent company. The legal.
Okay, so as you see, this is the picture of him in the bikini. Now, I wonder why they made his abdomen so flat when we know, in fact, that he has a whole pot belly, pasty, big gut, having, and I wonder why they made the package in the bikini so engorged. But I digress.
Action is part of the fallout since last year's controversial release of new Grock features that X called spicy mode. Lawyers for the young women said Grock's ability to alter images and video had been created and released by XAI solely to drive use of the chatbot and X. They liken the way images of the young women were changed to a ragdoll brought to life through the dark arts. XAI and its founder Elon Musk saw a business opportunity, the complaint says. They knew Grock could produce such results, including by using the images and videos of children, and publicly released it anyway. The young women are seeking unspecified damages, as well as an immediate order barring Grock from creating such images. Their lives have been shattered by the devastating loss of privacy, dignity, and personal safety, lawyers for the young women said in their complaint. 2 of the teenagers behind the lawsuit are under the age of 18, but all 3 are withholding their names from the public in order to protect their privacy. One of the young plaintiffs said she found out about the imagery after she received an anonymous message on Instagram, alerting her about images and videos of her, including her high school yearbook photo, which had been altered to show sexually explicit actions and full nudity. The material was being shared on a Discord server, a private chat space on that platform, and included similar imagery, also altered using Grock, of at least 18 other young women who were also minors, according to the complaint. The other 2 women who are suing XAI also found fake sexual...
Interesting. An example that I just realized. Okay, let's see an example of what Grock does with a picture. Undressing. Okay, so this right here on the left is the young lady as she took a picture of herself. And so Grock is able to do this to pictures. We see this picture right here, and they actually have her turned around, and whatever it did to her ass, they have it censored. So this is what Grock was doing. Now, in the initial story, I heard them saying that they put them in barely dressed things like lingerie and bikinis, but it seems to be in this claim when one lady was alerted, her picture showed her in full undress. I didn't hear them say that Grock had that capability, but the problem with it is that Elon Musk knew for a long time that this was being done to underage children, and he did nothing to correct it when he actually had the power to correct it. He did not move upon it. But let's be real honest. Are we going to pretend like we don't know now that Elon Musk was in the Epstein files? We haven't seen the correspondence between Elon Musk and someone at the Epstein Island about Elon Musk desiring to come to one of his most disgusting, dirty parties. And when is it? When can I come? And make it sure it's one of the most disgusting or something of that effect parties. Are we going to pretend like we don't know that about Elon Musk? Okay, let's continue.
Of at least 18 other young women who are also minors, according to the complaint. The other 2 women who are suing XAI also found fake sexually explicit imagery of them online, which was found to have been created via Grock. Grock was launched in 2023 by Musk's XAI. The company, along with social media firm X, is now part of Musk's SpaceX company, which took over XAI last month. Last year, XAI released what it called Grock Imagine, or Spicy Mode for Grock, with features that allowed users to prompt it to create fake images that were more sexual in nature. The mode even carried out the undressing of real people in online photos, from Taylor Swift to more average users. In less than 2 weeks, Grock had created millions of sexualized images, including more than 20,000 of children, according to a sampling of the images conducted by the Center for Countering Digital Hate. Musk initially downplayed Grock's ability to create fake sexualized content, saying in January he was not aware of any naked underage images
Like what? You mean to tell me Grok can do that? Are you saying? I had no idea. I had no idea. Grok had those capabilities. Well, feigning the bullshit, feigning the funk, as if his perverted ass, in my opinion, hadn't gone through there and tried some of the most disgusting commands of his own making.
Generated by Grock. Literally zero, and putting the blame on users of the feature. Obviously, Grock does not spontaneously generate.
Putting the blame on the users of the feature. Well, if I try to make a feature of something that is inappropriate, it seems like I would be rejected from being able to have that ability. It seems like there would be something in that feature which says that no, I cannot create this image. Is that hard? I guess creating an app is harder than that, though.
Images. It does so only according to user requests, Musk wrote on X. As such abuse of online imagery continued this year. However, UK watchdog Ofcom, the European Commission, and California each launched investigations into the feature's ability to create sexualized images of real people, particularly children. By mid-January, X said that it would implement technological measures to stop Grock's ability to undress people in photos. Eventually, the perpetrator behind the Discord server mentioned in the new lawsuit was arrested. He was not named in the lawsuit, but is part of a separate police investigation. According to the lawsuit, that investigation has discovered that he had hundreds of AI-generated and altered sexual abuse images of minors that he traded on the messaging platform Telegram and on the file-sharing platform Mega. According to the lawsuit, in the rapidly evolving world of artificial intelligence, innovation often races ahead of regulation. What begins as a bold technological leap can quickly become a complicated ethical dilemma. That tension now sits at the center of a controversial legal battle involving Elon Musk.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Go over there and check it out. It's under Grock, undressing children. Let me make sure there's nothing else that I wanted to share with you, because that is quite disturbing. Someone can see your child out in actually put your child in some undesirable situation, and you're without your knowledge that a perv has in public taken a picture of your child and put it in these disgusting situation via AI, and you're just going across your life, and another perv who is in touch and in contact willingly with these disgusting, because they are not creating these images of children doing things for no reason. For they are distributing this stuff, and you are walking on this earth with a whole lot of sick individuals. So what if one of these sick individuals just happened to see, like, oh, that's the child that was in my disgusting files, and you're at Target or you're at Walmart, and you got a little toddler sitting in your basket, and some perv who has been delving into AI perverse children trading images, and see your child sitting up there. Your child can wind up missing and be absolutely in those situations. I watch a lot of those real crime stories where they actually interrogate these criminals, and there have been several. I don't like to watch things that involve children at all. So I try to stay away from it. But I remember distinctly this girl was taken away from a Walmart, and it's just horrible things that people do to these children, these innocent children. So yeah, he didn't find the need to stop that from happening because he's perverse himself, in my opinion. Now, yeah, I do want to. We know that black mothers are most likely to die in childbirth. I want to share with you. I believe this is in Florida, where they are forcing black mothers to have cesarean sections. Now, these black mothers who express that they would rather have their child naturally. One of the problems with cesarean sections is that the mother will most likely have a bleeding complications. That's why so many black mothers do not want to do that. The death rate of black women dying in birth is twice that of white women. So let's be clear. There is a skepticism about the care of the black patient whenever they go to the doctor, especially when they are going to have children. So these are documented facts. I don't care if you, I'm not going to argue anything that is a documented fact. So here we have this hospital that when a patient says, no, I do not want to have a cesarean section, they hook you up to have a consultation with someone. And who do they hook you up to have a consultation with? They bring a tablet to your bed, and guess who's on the tablet for you to not really consult with, to be directed by a fucking judge, a judge who takes your fucking own decision out of your hands and tell you that you must have a cesarean section. Now, all of the don't tread on me, all of this don't tread on me stuff, it is all out the window. You have no autonomy over your body when you are carrying a child in some states. So let's get into that. Not really. Not really. while demanding, while they are making ways for you to not have to vaccinate your children or use fluorinated water, while they making it easier for you to make people sicker, they are making it hard for you because you want an autonomy over your body and you shouldn't have to because of anybody else. But when you are pregnant with a child and you want autonomy over your body, even though you're not trying to abort your baby, when you're trying to bring your baby into the world, you still cannot have autonomy over your body. So that is the problem. Now, I think it was another case as well. Let me see. I think there was another. If there's another case on here, please, the link is in the description box. Please avail yourself to this. I think that it is just disgusting. These are the same people who act as if they act as if they care about your rights. Now, let me judge and birth. Judges and birth. How about that? Judges and birth is what this link is going to be on. Since judges are being put in charge of if a woman will have a cesarean section or not by court ruling against her will without any representation. How can they make any such ruling about your body that is, could cause death without you having any representation? At the moment when you are in active labor, this shit is just diabolical. Diabolical. Did I show that video? I didn't even show the video. Did I show the video? I don't think I showed the video. I'm gonna have to go back and show the video again. I thought I showed the video. I had the wrong video up. I apologize. I want to share that video with you. I don't think I showed the video. Just in case I didn't show it, I'm gonna re-show the video. Here we go. My goodness.
Black mothers are forced by the courts to have C-sections. It's completely unbelievable, but it is here. Here it is.
I wasn't being hyperbolic. It's a real judge. Let me get this is the craziest thing I ever seen.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I know you may be able to see me on your screen in just a second here. I'll introduce myself. I do see you on. Can you hear me okay, ma'am?
Oh, yes, sir. I can hear you perfectly fine.
Imagine being in labor for 12 hours, and instead of a support person walking in, it's a judge on a screen deciding how you would give birth. I'm Dr. J, a board-certified OBGYN, and this story raises urgent questions about medical ethics, patient rights, race, and what happens when pregnancy changes the rules. In September 2024, Sharice was laboring in a Florida hospital when staff requested an emergency court hearing right from her hospital bed. She hadn't asked for it. She had minutes to prepare, and there was no lawyers or an advocate present for her. Doctors were concerned about uterine rupture after prior C-sections. She understood the risk and wanted to continue labor unless there was an emergency. But instead of continuing a medical conversation, a legal process began about whether she could be forced to have surgery. In most situations, confident patients have the right to accept or refuse treatment. Pregnancy is one of those few times that right can be challenged in court. These cases are rare, but they're happening, and they raise difficult questions about bodily autonomy, informed consent, race, risk, and how we define safety.
Wow. Unbelievable, isn't it? Put it up for a man. So that guy is in charge of a black woman's medical decision. He has no medical training whatsoever. New findings are bringing attention to the rising number of pregnant women being forced into unwanted C-section deliveries by court order. These are surgeries. States such as Florida are facing scrutiny.
Okay, so let me be real clear for this C.J. Hoffman. Let me be real clear for you. No one cares about what your opinion is about a judge who is not a trained as a doctor. Opinion is about what a woman should do for having birth. No one cares about your opinion. No one cares about this judge's opinion. If it's to save the life of the baby, what if the life of the mother goes away? Because he's not trained to know if this will kill the mother in pursuit of saving the life of the baby. Therefore, it is her body, her life. So no one cares about what you think. No one cares about what you think. I heard in America prisons they force abortions. I don't know. I've never been to prison. I have not. I'm not real well read on that. I have never heard that anything is possible to go on in prisons. But that link is in my description box under and judges and birth. So let me see. Speaking of black mothers and their doctors.
As a lawsuit surrounding a former local OB.
Speaking of black women and their doctors. Let me share this with you as well. A black patient films her doctor telling her that she has no problems conceiving. He just need to do a little what I think they call it a DNR or DNC, that she has a couple of polyps in her uterine wall, and she will be fine to get pregnant and all of this. And she was talking about having in vitro fertilization or something like that, and then he does his procedure, and she goes back to see a different physician, and only to find out that, yes, you will have some complications in getting pregnant because you have been given a partial hysterectomy. You will never have a child again. That's this doctor is being sued now because apparently he has done this to many patients, black patients.
GYN continues to grow. We're hearing from a patient of Dr. Javed. As a lawsuit surrounding a former local OBGYN continues to grow, we're hearing from a patient of Dr. Javed Perwez. April Neville says she saw him for fertility issues.
The outcome, she says, was the opposite. And for the first time, we are seeing exclusive video from inside an exam room during one of Neville's visits. Tending Your Side's Kevin Rom has her story.
It seemed like everything in that doctor's office that day was going wrong. And it just didn't settle with me right. So when I told myself, when I went into the private room, I got undressed, of course, and I set a camera up. And I just wanted to make sure that I was getting the best medical advice as possible.
Come in.
Good morning. Sorry you've been waiting. I apologize.
I'm April. Pleased to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you. Can I have a baby? Why?
I don't know. I was trying to be here.
They got to asking me questions.
Have you ever had any surgery?
No.
Been in the hospital or anything?
No. You could tell the conversation he had, he prepped this. Sitting on the bed, and they did a pap smear on me.
Sometimes you can have these little cysts on the ovary that come and go, but it makes it difficult for you to get pregnant.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, Miss Neville, let me just say this. You're talking about trying to have a baby and you're having issues. Basically, there's a surgery I can do to help you get pregnant."
So we're going to help you have a baby.
Thank you.
Yes. We're going to do, I'll do my part.
And I thought to myself, like, that's easy? Is that all it takes? And he was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, go ahead, go home, keep trying, and, have fun and do what you do.
Now, One thing I'm just going to warn you.
He said that the medical insurance won't pay to help me get pregnant. That's kind of what he said.
We're going to write it as if you've had some problem with your periods.
He said that I can help you. I'll do a surgery on you. We'll schedule it. I'll write it down. I'll write it off as a DNC. And you'll be able to get pregnant. And I took it as, okay, well, this man knows what he's doing. So he literally set me up for an appointment to have the surgery done. I waited I probably say about a few months before I'm going to go seek a second opinion from another doctor. They claimed that I had got a partial hysterectomy. I said, does that mean I can't have kids? She said, well, would you like to hear the good news or the bad news? She said, I can already tell you there's no good news. That's crazy. You put your trust in somebody. And for them to do you like that, it was so hard. It was so hard. She asked me who was my doctor then, and I told her Dr. Perez. And she was just like, I think you should go see the police.
Using women's bodies to line his own pockets, today's verdict, the justice that many of the patients were waiting for.
We as women, we can't take back what was taken from us. To know that he's not out there, operating on anyone else, that no one else will be a victim. Knowing that little bit helps me sleep at night.
Powerful testimony there. Thursday at 6, we'll dive into people who say they warned hospital officials about what Perez was doing. They say it actually hurt their careers.
Donald Trump has conceded.
Okay, so there's that. So do you think
As
that
a lawsuit surrounding a former...
So do you think that I really care about what you say about black women and the autonomy that they try to take away from black women and their bodies? I don't care what you say about black women and their bodies. If you are so pro-life, you would also be pro-mind your own business when it comes to the health and welfare of another person's body. That's all I have to say about that. If you don't know the facts, don't argue the facts. Okay, so that's all I have for you guys today. Let me be sure. Hold on, let me be sure. Not only do black women die, is it twice or 3 times more than white women? And the children die, children of the age of new birth to 1 year also die twice as much as their white counterparts in the U.S. Peak keg breath have been overruled in the banning of media from the Pentagon. He must now reinstate news agency that sued him for banning them from access to the Pentagon. They must reinstate these 3 media outlets who sued for access to the Pentagon. Let me see. I think that's it. I think that's all that I have for you guys today. They just called Trump's bluff. Let's see what this is about.
Donald Trump is getting actively humiliated by Iran as he's trying to wiggle his way out of this war that he created that didn't need to happen and that is causing us to be less safe and poorer. And Iran is literally mocking him in multiple different ways. Here's one way here where an Iranian official said this.
Hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you for this. Thank you for your attention to this matter, which is something that our pedo president loves to say. Now Iran is using it to mock the president. The reason why they're mocking him is because Donald Trump earlier this week lifted sanctions. U.S. Treasury eases oil sanctions on Iran, including permitting the sale of Iranian crude and refined products into the United States. As Adam Kinzinger notes here, you've got to be joking. We are lifting sanctions on Iran. Tell me how this is going as planned, again, as MAGA says. And more on this, the U.S. to allow Iran to get around $14 billion in oil revenue. $14 billion. How are we winning if we go to war with someone and then while we're still at war with them, we create a deal where they get money to help fund their war? In what world is that making sense? Goes on to say this is a huge financial concession to Iran by the U.S. It's the first time the U.S. is buying Iranian oil since 1996. It's all happening in the middle of a war against Iran. And here is Scott Bessent saying Iran is ahead of the snake for global terrorism, and through President Trump's Operation Epic Fury, we are winning this critical fight at an even faster pace than anticipated. In response to Iran's terrorist attacks against global energy infrastructure, the Trump goes on to say here, the Trump administration will continue to deploy America's economic and military might to maximize the flow of energy to the world and strengthen global supply and seek to ensure market stability. And then it goes on to say the Treasury is issuing a narrowly tailored short-term authorization permitting the sale of Iranian oil currently stranded at sea.
Okay, so that's it. I think that's all I have for you today. Good. Hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Let me be sure. I think I. If you are Patrick Bet Davis' own audience turns against him about this Iran war. If you're not familiar with Patrick Bet Davis, I don't cover him. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, a lot based upon their a commentary, but there is sometimes when someone goes up against them that is so glorious. If you are familiar with Patrick Bet Davis, go over there and see how MAGA is turning against the poor grifter. Let me see. I don't think that there's anything else. Let's see how 4547 on our way out. Let's see how he defends releasing sanctions on the nation that we are at war with. Trump defends lifting sanctions on Iran. Let's go.
Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the system as possible. And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there, I would rather see it go to the system. Any small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system be lubricated.
Even $14 billion, you don't think so?
Where's the $14 billion?
Because the inflated price, they get $14 billion from the...
I don't think they're getting the money. I could tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the...
And see, Iran already has a payment structure set up with the BRICS. But see, that is why when I talk to you about the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that it was a good idea to release the oil. Now, Trump is trying to be coy. I'll tell you who has the money when it's all over with. Instead of saying that he plans to steal the money from the oil reserves that they had under sanctions, that kind of like the Venezuelan oil that was sold, that is in a Qatar bank that only Trump has access to, as he sold you on the war, on the regime change in Venezuela, as something that the oil sales were going to help the people. And the first oil sales went to an offshore account that only Trump has access to. So you think this $14 billion worth of oil sales are going to the Iranians? Do you think that that's why he released these sanctions on this oil? Where's this oil? The oil was already sitting offshore, so it's not like you have to go into Iran to get this oil. I don't know. Listen, this shit is just like really disgusting. In your face, and I won't tell you who's going to get the oil. Maybe they won't get the oil. This shit is disgusting. Let's hear this again. This is in my description box under stealing oil. As I leave, I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day, and we're going to hear this again.
The system is possible. And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there, I would rather see it go to the system. Any small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system be lubricated.
Even $14 billion, you don't think helps them?
Where's the $14 billion?
Because the inflated price, they get $14 billion from the.
I don't think they're getting the money. I could tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to have as much oil in the system as possible. And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there, I would rather see it go to the system. Any small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system be lubricated.
In this, what he called it, he said, in this war. What is that calling war profiteering? What is war profiteering? A crime. Okay, guys, thank you for spending some time with me. If you if I'm right when I say I don't know, it's because I say I don't know. I am right because I was the one who said I don't know. Okay, so if you like the program, if you dislike the program, please hit the like, the dislike, whatever it is. If you want to support the channel, $RonyiQ. Thank you for being here. I will if something spectacular breaks off in the remainder of the day, I will be here tomorrow. Love you back. Toodles. Toodles. Hit the like button on your way out. Toodles. If something interesting happens tomorrow, I will be back tomorrow. If not, I will definitely be back on Wednesday. All right, guys. Have a great remainder of your day. I'm out of here.